care.
If you could face me and raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly state the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness stand. And for the record, say and spell your first and last name, please.
Alicia Trusdale, A-M-I-C-I-A-T-R-U-E-S-D-A-L-E.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am. Can you tell us how it is that you're employed?
I'm currently employed at Wella Company.
And what do you do at Wella?
I'm an administrative assistant.
And how many years have you been with Wella?
21 this June.
Okay. And who are you an administrative assistant to?
Currently,
Yes.
Martin Dale, and also I assist Mika Quinn.
Okay. And previously Carol Protat?
Yes.
And did you know somebody by the name of Fabio Sementilli?
Yes, I did.
And did you work with him
Yes, I did.
for approximately how many years?
Probably 5 or 6, 7 years.
You were his executive assistant?
Yes.
Showing you people 73. Do you recognize who you see here in this photo?
Yes, I do.
And do you know all these individuals?
Yes, I do.
And is this Fabio and his children?
Yes, Luigi, Jess, and Bella.
Okay. And when did you first meet? Do you know approximately?
It was quite a while ago because when he came to work for us in the United States and did a stage show, we were, it was quite a while ago. And then he went back to Toronto and he ended up working for Wella in Canada. And then eventually he came down to the United States.
Okay. And once he came to the United States, did you see him just about every day when he was in the office?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And did you also know his entire family?
Pretty much, most of the family, yes.
Okay. Did you know his wife?
Yes.
Do you see her in court today?
Yes, I do.
Can you identify her, please?
It's Monica Sementilli. She's sitting right there.
Indicating the defendant.
Thank you. And you also knew Fabio's sister,
Yes.
Morella,
Yes.
as a platform artist for Wella as well?
Yes.
All right. And had you been to the Sementilli home in Woodland Hills many times prior to Fabio's death?
Yes, several times.
For work meetings, parties, things of that nature?
Yes.
And were you responsible for keeping Fabio's schedule and with all of his daily meetings and his travel?
Yes.
Okay. And did you always, as a matter of course, send him his agendas every time he traveled?
Always.
Okay. Did you also send them to the defendant so that she would have a breakdown of where he was when he was traveling, along with contact information and things of that nature?
Yes, I always did, as an emergency measure, usually.
And did you also handle any financials or work expenses for Fabio,
Yes, all of them.
including his travel mileage and things of that nature?
Yes.
Okay. And also worked with him or put through his paperwork for his life insurance and all of those type of things?
He actually handled that too with the company, but I was aware of it.
Okay. And did he and you have a very close relationship?
Oh, most definitely.
Okay. And did you also go with him to lead team meetings and trendsetters and various functions and events?
I did accompany him on several events, actually.
Okay. And where was his office located in relation to yours?
Right across my cubby.
Okay. So he was, you were just outside of his office?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And when he was at the office and not traveling and actually working, just outside where you would work or inside where you from where you worked, did you often speak to him throughout the day?
Oh, all the time.
Okay. And did you also note whether or not when he was in the office, if he would commonly speak to his wife several times throughout the day?
Yeah, I know when he'd call or she'd call him.
Okay. Did you ever hear him refer to the defendant by a nickname?
Yes,
Pootsy?
Pootsy.
Did you know him to be somebody who would often leave to go on date nights and things like that with his wife?
I know he would mention it, that he had a date with his wife.
Did it seem to you that he loved his wife and family?
Adored her and them.
And on a typical work week, if Fabio wasn't traveling, was there also, was it also common that on a Monday or a Friday he might work from home?
He might, yeah.
And when he would work from home, or if you would go to see him and he was working from home, or if he had meetings from home, where would those take place?
Sustained.
When you went over to the house for meetings and functions, where would those meetings take place?
Out on his patio.
And when you spoke to him while he was at home, would he check in with you regularly throughout the day on days he worked from home?
Yeah, he'd want to know what was on his schedule, or I'd have to get a hold of him if somebody wanted him, needed him.
Okay. And was it also part of the business plan that he would often post on social media to the beauty industry from the patio?
From the patio, from an airplane, all over.
Okay. There was something I think that he would do called Fab Style Fridays.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
So this was part of his work where he would post things about trends in the company, upcoming events, things of that nature, tips.
It's the only way any company is running now.
Yeah. And over the last year before his murder, did it seem that he was traveling internationally or traveling somewhat less?
Somewhat less. I had suggested that he not travel quite so much.
And did you attend a lead team meeting that took place down in, I think it was Torrey Pines, San Diego area in June of 2016?
Yes.
And did the defendant come to that event?
Yes.
Along with Fabio's team, the lead team?
Yes.
And was there a dinner during the nights that you guys were down there in San Diego?
Yes.
Okay. And did Fabio come with the defendant?
Yes.
And did it seem like their normal relationship to you back in June of 2016?
At the dinner.
Overruled.
Go ahead.
At the dinner, they seemed, it was, conversation as usual, a kind of thing. We went to an Italian dinner place, but it seemed as the evening kind of went on, it got a little, I don't know. It was a little different.
Different in what way?
Well, it wasn't quite the camaraderie, I think, that we normally experienced when we were all together.
Okay. And what did that have to do with the relationship between Fabio and his wife?
I'm sorry.
Was it their relationship that was different, or was it his relationship with the lead team?
It kind of seemed his relationship with all of us.
Okay.
Kind of seemed.
He seemed quieter.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Is that yes?
Yes.
And then during the dinner, did you all make plans to go out for drinks afterwards?
Yes, we did.
And did Fabio and the defendant go with you guys?
No, they did not.
Was that unusual as well?
Yeah, usually Fab would stick around for a cocktail.
Okay. And the next day, did he have you cancel his golf and the defendant's massage?
Yes.
And was there anything about the defendant's behavior during that event in June in San Diego that was unusual that you thought was odd?
I thought it was odd that he had me cancel those things because he specifically had me plan them. And he loves to play golf. And then at the breakfast that morning, I felt uncomfortable. I thought it was kind of strange.
What?
That Fob seemed to be hanging on her, or kind of being over affectionate, I guess, with her.
Okay. And that was unusual?
I thought it was. I thought that normally he would be part of the group.
Okay. And what was the defendant's demeanor?
Quiet.
Was she also affectionate with him?
No.
More standoffish?
Yes.
Did it seem like he was trying to please her?
Yes, that's what it appeared to me.
Now, on the date of Monday, January 23rd of 2017, do you remember that day?
Yes.
And during that day, did you know that Fabio was going to be working at home?
Yes.
And did you have a conversation with him somewhere around maybe 1:30, 1:50 in the afternoon?
Yes.
Okay. And to check in with you?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And at some point later, did you learn that Fabio had been murdered in the backyard of his home?
After I came back from class, yes.
And after the murder, did you go to the Sementilli residence?
I did not. I was to...
I'm talking about the days after.
Days after, yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And during the days after, did you come to the residence several times in order to bring food and things of that nature and provide support along
Yes.
with other individuals from Wells?
Yes.
Now, in the days following the murder, was there a particular subject that the defendant wanted your assistance with?
Total.
Yes.
What was that?
Life insurance.
Okay. And what did she say to you, if anything, with respect to the life insurance?
She wanted to know if... Well, she had said to me, she says, Henry hasn't gotten back to me. Henry being the head of HR.
Henry Meyer?
Henry Meyer. And she seemed agitated. And I said it didn't seem like them. They were usually very good about getting back. And I did say to her that I would go back and mention something to Henry, that she had brought it up to me.
This is when you were at the house?
Yes.
And what was she doing when you came to the house?
She had paint samples. She was getting some remodeling done in her first floor.
Okay. Did she tell you that the insurance company had given her money
Yes.
to do that?
Yes, she did.
All right. And what, if anything, did she say with respect to the life insurance?
Just that she wanted to know what was going on with it. She wanted to know she wasn't getting any kind of response, she felt.
Okay. And did you have another conversation with her subsequent to that one again at the house where, again, she brought up that same issue?
Yes.
And did she question you about what the delay was with respect to being paid Fabio's life insurance?
She said she didn't understand what was taking so long.
Okay. Did she seem upset when she was talking about that?
She seemed agitated.
Okay. Did you describe previously in an interview that she was very upset?
Possibly. I mean, I just know that she was upset. She was anxious to get the money or to get it settled.
Did you know during that same period that she was receiving Fob's full salary?
Yes, I did.
Did she contact you with another issue that she wanted your assistance with?
Yes.
What was that?
She said that that her girlfriends were telling her that she should get out of town.
Okay.
And she had asked, I think you mean something else.
No,
that
go
I think.
ahead. I'm
Okay.
finished your answer.
So
Go ahead.
she did come and ask me, or she called me and asked if I knew of any deals she could get in Las Vegas. And I said I would not be the person to ask that. Really, Melanie Garabay was the one that had the connection in Las Vegas.
Okay. And prior to this Las Vegas event, is that where she said she wanted to go?
Prior to the Las Vegas event,
No. Did she say that she wanted to go to Las Vegas? Is that what she said she was going to do?
She
with
said
her
she was
girlfriends?
interested in going to Las Vegas to get away, yes.
With her girlfriends?
With her girlfriends.
All right. Did she also ask for your assistance in obtaining Fabio's travel mileage?
Yes.
Okay. I assume since Fabio traveled often that the company, through the company, he would have acquired airline mileage?
Yes.
Okay. And that there was a significant amount?
Yes.
And what did the defendant ask you to do?
She wanted them transferred over. To herself.
Okay. And did she ask for your assistance in doing that?
Yes.
And did you go to the house in order to get a copy from her of his death certificate in order to process that request?
Yes.
And did eventually you accomplish that task for her?
Yes.
After the murder, did she also ask for your help in setting up a wake or a memorial at the home the following week?
Yes.
And did she tell you what she wanted?
Yes.
What was that?
It was a particular Mexican restaurant or Mexican caterer that we had used before with Fabio.
The taco lady?
The Nana's Tacos, it's called.
Okay. And you assisted her in setting that up, or you took over that project?
Yes, I took it over.
All right. And did you attend that event?
Yes.
Okay. And who were the attendees or the people that were invited to attend this event at the Sementilli home?
At her request, she had asked that it be employees that would work with Fabio and very close friends.
And family?
Yes, and family, of course.
And did you reach out to the family, Fabio's family in Canada, in order to assist them with their arrangements?
Oh, yes.
Hotels, flights,
Yes.
things of that nature?
Mm-hmm.
You insured the payment for all of that?
Yes.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
And on that following Sunday, January 29th of 2017, did you notice when you were at the event in the backyard that you had assisted in setting up or had set up, anything unusual with respect to her behavior there?
Overruled.
I thought that it was a rather dramatic behavior that was going on.
And did you notice whether or not she was sitting with somebody or with somebody that you didn't recognize?
Yes.
And did you speak to that individual?
I believe I asked, I didn't know who he was. I said, "Who are you?"
And did the individual tell you who he was?
He simply said that he was her racket. He played racquetball with her. He was from the gym.
Other than that one individual, where do you recall where they were sitting?
Almost across from Fabio's chair that was kept vacant because.
I want to show you.
Exhibit 921. Was there a particular chair that Fabio sat in whenever you met with him out here on the patio?
Yes, the one over in the corner.
This one here?
Yes.
Okay. And where was this other male seated, the one that you didn't recognize?
On the sofa.
Across from
There
her?
might have been a chair there. I can't quite remember. There might have been a chair next to the sofa, but it was over in that area.
Other than that individual, did you recognize everybody else that was there in terms of their being close friends?
Yes, there were a
Well-of
few
people?
neighbors that had shown up, but they introduced themselves to me.
Neighbors. Okay. Nobody else that was
No.
odd or unusual?
No.
Now, when you mentioned that her behavior seemed dramatic, can you describe for us what exactly you witnessed?
I felt there was like a lot of loud sobbing and just very dramatic, very over-the-top kind of behavior.
Did you see any tears, like she was actually crying?
Not really.
Now, did you also assist in setting up the memorial that Wella put on for Fabio in May of 2017?
Yes, I did the whole thing.
Okay. And when you were arranging that particular event, did you have multiple conversations with the defendant about what was going to occur at the event?
We had a few conversations.
Okay. And did you see when she came to the event at the Wella offices that day?
Yes.
And were you surprised by anything at that point in time?
Yes.
Overruled.
What was it that you were surprised by?
She drove up in a brand new, full everything package Mustang. And I was rather surprised because she had said, I had heard that she didn't want to get rid of Fabio's truck because it reminded her so much of him. So I was a little surprised.
And did she tell you that she wasn't going to get rid of his truck because it smelled like Fabio?
She had mentioned that.
And did you direct, or did she go somewhere as once she arrived before the event started?
Yes, I had them sit right in Fabio's office.
Okay. And what was she doing? Did she send you to get her something?
She had asked if we had wine.
So she was sitting in his office drinking wine?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
At some point in time, you told us about when she asked you for a connection for Las Vegas. At some point in time, did she mention to you that she was also going to be traveling to Myrtle Beach?
She had mentioned something.
Okay. And did she tell you that she was going there because that was a place Fabio had always wanted to go?
She said something like that, yes.
And had Fabio ever mentioned going
I
to
had
Myrtle
never
Beach?
heard it before.
Did she tell you she was going with her lover?
No.
Did you know during the year preceding Fabio's murder in 2016 that she was having an affair?
Absolutely not.
Was that something that, if it was happening, perhaps Fabio would have mentioned to you, given your relationship?
Objection, speculation. Sustain.
Did he ever mention that he suspected
Never.
his wife was having an affair?
Never.
When you sent travel agendas to the defendant, did you also send them to an individual by the name of Robert Baker?
No.
I have nothing.
Good morning, Ms. Trusdale.
Hi.
You previously testified that back in 2017 and during the years prior, while you were working with Fabio, that he might work from home on a Monday or a Friday, depending on his prior travel schedules. Is that right?
Yes.
But there was no set day that it was always the case that a Monday following some sort of travel that he was absolutely for sure going to be working from home as opposed to in the office.
It depended on what was going on in the office. If he had meetings that he had to be there for, he was there.
And on January 23rd, 2017, am I correct that Fabio called you that morning to inform you that he was going to be working from home that day?
If I'm not mistaken, he had suggested it the week before that he might not be in on Monday. So, but he did let me know, yes, that he was not going to be in the office.
He affirmatively called you the morning of January 23rd?
He might have sent me a text.
Okay, but it was that morning that he had informed you and asked that you
He was
cancel
going to stay home.
his appointments for the day. And you were also aware that Fabio had a colonoscopy appointment that day?
I was told, yes, that he had a colonoscopy appointment.
By Fabio?
I think, yeah, I believe it was Fabio that had mentioned it.
Okay. And you later learned that Fabio didn't have any colonoscopy appointment that day?
Well, I'm gonna say that was objection, that calls for speculation.
Sustain.
But it was normal that sometimes Fabio would play hooky from work on a Monday or a Friday, right?
I wouldn't say hooky.
I'm sorry, Nancy's already in. She would say hooky.
You testified that prior to Fabio's death, you had suggested to Fabio that he travel less for work. You remember that?
Yes.
Isn't it true that Fabio had shared with you that he himself wanted to slow down for work because that's what Monica had asked of him?
I don't know that Monica had asked of him, but I know that he was traveling a lot, and it wears on you. I mean, he wanted to slow down a little bit about the travel.
You testified about this trip in San Diego in June of 2016. You remember that?
Mm-hmm.
That was 7 months prior to Fabio's death.
Yes.
And you also testified that Fabio had asked you to cancel the golfing and the massages, but you never asked him why he wanted you to cancel that, right? So you don't know why he had asked you to cancel those events. And you also testified that you had, when you would prepare Fabio's travel itineraries and agendas, you included Monica on those as an emergency measure, right?
Yes.
She was his wife. It would be normal for her
course.
to want to know where her husband
Sure.
was. After Fabio's death, you testified that you had taken on some responsibility in terms of putting together arrangements for the family in Canada, Fabio's family in Canada.
Yes.
And also getting together catering and some type of transportation for various events as
Yes,
well.
I did.
And that was something that the company had asked you to do, right?
Yes.
That wasn't anything Monica asked you to do
No.
for her. You testified that, well, let me ask you this. You were interviewed for the first time in this case back in 2021. Is that correct?
I don't know. I could be, yes.
It was several years after Fabio's death that you were formally interviewed by law enforcement and possibly the district attorney.
I had conversations with some detectives prior to that, but not necessarily a sit-down conversation.
But do you recall, just in terms of timing, that your first interview with law enforcement was several years after Fabio's death and Monica's arrest?
It was a few years.
You testified that on January 29th at the wake at the Sementilli home that you had made some observations of Monica Sementilli. Is that right?
Yes.
And you testified today that it was very dramatic.
Yes.
When you spoke with law enforcement back in 2021, you described it differently, didn't you?
I don't recall.
When you spoke with law enforcement back in 2021, didn't you describe that Monica couldn't get it together?
Well, she didn't seem to be getting it together at all.
And would you agree that that's different from very dramatic that you testified to today?
I think that the crying was very dramatic for sure.
Yes, you observed Monica both crying and sobbing during that.
Sobbing.
event.
I don't know. You have to understand something. It was at night out by the pool. I wasn't looking for tears, but there certainly was a lot of sobbing and, kind of bent over kind of look. And
So you don't know whether or not Monica was actually crying because you weren't looking for any tears at that time,
I was
right?
a little busy.
Right. And you also testified that you observed Monica sitting on the couch with a gentleman, Robert Baker, right?
Sitting there with the man, yes.
At no time did you see any interaction, any speaking between Monica and that man, did you?
As I said before, I was busy. I was putting the event on.
Right, so at no time did you see that
I did not see
communicating.
that.
You testified that you were asked by Monica to get the frequent flyer mileage for American Airlines, is that right?
Yes.
But that was something that came up in conversation because Monica had to travel to Canada for a
Yes.
funeral,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
You testified, strike that. And with respect to Monica reaching out to you about potentially getting a hotel in Las Vegas, she said she wanted help getting a discounted room rate, right?
Yeah.
A
Yes.
deal. She wanted a good deal, nothing that was too expensive.
Yes. That's the way I understood it, yes.
And on the frequent flyer mileage, you actually kind of took it upon yourself to facilitate the transfer from Fabio's American Airlines to Monica's. You actually asked her to set up an American Airlines account in order to do that, right?
Sustained.
Did you ask Monica for her birth date so that you yourself could set up an American Airlines frequent flyer mileage program on her behalf?
I might have. That might have been the way that I was able to transfer the miles to her.
Am I correct that just prior to Fabio's death, he had just very recently turned in his insurance paperwork for the new benefits program under Cody?
I don't know about that. I know when he was doing increasing his life insurance. Health insurance benefits always happen in October, so that would have kicked in January. As far as his life insurance goes, that was something that's handled at a corporate level. Although I knew what he was doing and I knew why he was doing it.
And when did you know what he was doing?
I don't remember exactly.
Well,
It was sometime in 2016 that he was doing it.
Well, Cody purchased Wella. That deal was finalized in October of 2016, right?
Yes.
So
Around in that time then,
So-
probably.
in the late fall, winter, potentially maybe even early 2017.
Yes, and remember that we were owned prior to that to Procter & Gamble, so a lot of those benefits were transferred over to Cody, too.
But as you sit here today, you don't know whether Fabio elected for different benefit coverage under Cody versus what he had
No.
under P&G. Am I correct that, you had previously told law enforcement about what you had observed Monica's emotional distress at the wake? And isn't it true that you actually sent a counselor over to the Sementilli home at some point because you were concerned about the emotional distress in the household?
The Cody company offered this benefit, and they came to me saying, what would you do? And I said, I think that it would benefit the girls if they went there and maybe talked to them. And, I think that's kind of normal. And the person went up there. I don't know that they wanted to talk with the person that went there. I did work with the person, though.
For the Wella May Memorial, you testified that you were really surprised because Monica was in a different vehicle, a vehicle that was different from the Ford F-150 truck, right?
Yes.
And you testified that it was the full package, but you don't know what whether it was the full package or not, do you?
I just saw the car.
Okay, you just saw, and it's a black Ford Mustang, is that right?
Yeah.
And isn't it true that Monica informed you that it was going to be extremely expensive for her to keep Fabio's truck? And that's why she had to turn it in.
She could have mentioned that.
This event, this Wella event, it had some form of catering with food and beverages, right?
Yes.
Including wine.
Yes.
And so the wine that Monica was drinking in the office before the event, I mean, that was the event, part of the event, right?
I believe so, yes.
The prosecutor asked you about whether Monica informed you that she was going to be going on trips with her, with Robert Baker. You remember she asked that?
Yes.
And Monica and you didn't have a friendship where that was something that she would otherwise communicate to you. Isn't that right?
I'm going to check. That would call for speculation.
Sustained.
I,
Prior to Fabio's death, did Monica ever tell you when she was going on a trip somewhere?
no.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Anything further from the people?
You knew the week before, when Fabio left the office, that he was going to be working from home that following Monday, correct? The day he was murdered.
He could have mentioned it to me, yes.
That would be the type of thing he would typically mention to you.
Yeah, of course.
Law enforcement, actually, after Fabio's murder, came to the offices at Wella, correct?
Yes, they wanted to look at his office.
And they spoke to you then.
Yes.
And with respect to Fabio's frequent flyer mileage, that idea of transferring it to her was the defendant's idea, not yours, correct?
Could have been both of ours at the time. I mean, I just felt, I mean, I wanted to do it for her. I know that when she mentioned it to me, that because she was going to be doing so many trips to Toronto.
But those were being paid for by the company.
I don't know.
You didn't you didn't have that through the company with the repatriation of his body for the funeral? That was all paid through by Wella.
And it probably was. It was done through HR, though.
Okay. So she didn't really need Fabio's mileage if she's traveling on the company dime, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
She didn't need Fabio's mileage if the company was paying
If they're
for it.
paying, no.
And as you said, you wanted to help her and the girls with anything that they needed.
Of course.
You thought she was a devastated widow.
Of course.
When Fob came to the company, whether it was Fabio, whether it was under Wella, whether it was under Cody, whether it was under P&G, he had life insurance from the beginning.
Yes.
That was part of his benefits package.
Yes.
Okay. And when you said that you knew what he had done and why he had done it, you're referring to what you just described is he was increasing his benefits and his life insurance in order to provide for his family.
He made that.
Foundation, speculation.
Sustained.
Is that what you?
He made it clear that it was for his family. He wanted to make sure they were taken care of.
That's what he told you.
Yes.
And when you testified that you were surprised when she came to the memorial in this new Mustang, she told you all about her new Mustang, right?
I know they were talking about it. I mean, I mean, I think you have to understand too, I was pretty busy trying to make sure everything was happening and she was taken care of and the girls were okay. And of
Okay.
course her mother was there as well, so.
Okay.
But there was mention of the Mustang, yes.
She talked about the fact that it had all these gadgets in it.
Yes, that it was pretty packed.
Yeah. And with respect to the question you were asked about the defendant saying it was extremely expensive to keep the truck, and you said she may have, you don't have any recollection of that as you sit here today, correct?
I don't recall. She might have mentioned it, but I don't recall that she did.
So you don't recall that? I have nothing further.
Any further from the defense?
The prosecutor asked you on redirect whether Fabio may have mentioned the week before that he was going to be working from home on that Monday, right?
Yes, I mean,
That's what the prosecutor asked you?
Just to finish your answer, please, before counsel.
You may finish your answer.
okay. I think if you understand the circumstances, yes, he probably said to me, hey, listen, I'm going to take this Monday off, whatever, try to rework my schedule.
Okay, that he may have mentioned it to you,
He
right?
might have,
But you don't have any specific recollection that he affirmatively did say that the week before, correct?
I'm pretty good, but 8 years ago is a little, I mean, I don't remember exactly if he did or not.
You don't recall, right?
He probably did, but I don't recall that when exactly he said that to me.
Okay, you don't recall that he said that affirmatively to you,
I'm going to
correct?
object, it's now been answered twice.
It will be clarified. It's overruled.
You don't recall whether Fabio affirmatively told you the week before that he was going to be at home on Monday. You can't recall affirmatively.
No, I don't recall.
Nothing further.
Anything further?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Trusdale. You are excused. Hey, call your next witness.
People call Detective Dave Frederick.
Please face me and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly state the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness stand. And for the record, say and spell your first and last name, please.
My first name is David, D-A-V-I-D. Last of Frederick, F-R-I-E-D-R-I-C-H.
Proceed, please.
Thank you. Sir, are you currently employed?
I am.
Okay, and how are you employed now?
I work for a technological company, a camera company.
Doing security?
Yes.
Okay. And prior to that, did you have employment for many years with the LAPD?
I did.
Okay. How many years?
A little over 30 and a half years with the Los Angeles Police Department.
And what was your last assignment at the LAPD?
I was assigned to Robbery Homicide Division, assigned to a plainclothes tactical surveillance unit called SIS, otherwise known as Special Investigations Section.
For how many years were you in an undercover capacity?
I was in SIS for a little over 20 years.
I want to ask you about your surveillance work on this case regarding the defendant, Monica Sementilli. Were you asked by detectives at Robbery Homicide Division to conduct a surveillance operation along with your team with respect to the defendant and her lover, Robert Baker?
Yes.
And were you briefed on March 9th of 2017 by Detective Corbin Rowe regarding the operation that was going to take place that day?
Yes.
And at at that time, were you, along with the other team members, provided with photographs of the two targets?
Yes.
And do you see the defendant, Monica Sementilli, who you surveilled on various occasions here in court today?
I do.
Can you identify her, please?
She's sitting in the defense counsel wearing a blue jacket with a light blue shirt.
Indicating the defendant.
Showing you People's 14. Do you recognize the individual that you see here?
I do.
This is in People's 14. It has a red 2, Your Honor, in the bottom left corner. And who is that individual?
It's Mr. Robert Baker.
He was the second target in this case?
Yes.
And were you also briefed on vehicles that the two targets might be driving?
Yes.
Okay. Was one of those vehicles a black Ford Expedition belonging to Robert Baker, as seen here in Exhibit 142?
Yes.
On that same day, Thursday, March 9th of 2017, somewhere around 7:20 at night, were you and other individuals, including Rich Guzman, working a surveillance operation regarding the defendant and Robert Baker?
Yes.
And where were you at approximately 7:20 that night when you were setting up for this operation?
On that night, I was parked on the southwest corner of Van Owen and Independence in a parking lot. We were covering a direction from the surveillance.
Okay. So that would have been very near the location where Robert Baker was living at 6817 Independence?
Yeah, I believe he lived north of Van Owen.
Okay. And so you were setting up in order to see where he went that night?
That's correct.
Okay. And at some point in time, did you receive information as to someone in the unit having eyes on him?
Yes.
Okay. And was it broadcast to you where he was going?
It was broadcast that a black F-150 pulled into the northeast corner of Van Owen and Independence.
Was that black Ford F-150 also a vehicle that you were briefed on as belonging to the defendant, in this case, Monica Sementilli?
Yes.
Okay. And once you received information that she was driving the Ford F-150, what was the next piece of information you received?
If I recall, there was broadcast over the air that they were looking at bags in and around the vehicle.
Objection. This is Q in here.
It appears so. If you wish to make an offer of proof, may you see it sidebar, please.
I'm going to actually play a video.
All right.
Subsequent to the broadcast was videotape obtained of both targets in a parking lot that you guys were also setting up on.
Yes.
Overruled.
Your Honor, I have two videos. The first one is a video of the petrol gas station. The second's going to be a video from LA Fitness. Both of them are on a flash drive that I'd like to, or I think has been previously marked as 158. We're going to add to that exhibit.
Good.
black Ford F-150 that you were advised of belonging to the defendant?
Yes.
And you've seen this video before, correct?
Yes.
And the shopping bags that are being carried by Robert Baker that you also mentioned?
That's what was broadcast over the air.
And then what did you see, if you could narrate for us what we're looking at?
Well,
He just put the bags into the back seat behind the passenger?
that's
front
correct.
passenger?
Yes.
And then do you recognize the female?
It's Monica Sementilli.
Here's that she's going to the passenger door and looking in the bags,
Yes.
pulling out items.
I believe the video speaks for itself.
It's over.
Holding up various items, is that what you see?
That's what I see.
Is this all consistent with what was being broadcast to you? And what you've seen on this video before?
Yes.
And during the time that this is happening, everything's being broadcast to you on a regular, repeat basis?
Just important details that the person, whoever's on point, is broadcasting.
And you pass off point during the course of your operations, correct? Depending on the direction that they go and who is parked where?
Correct. Like in a mobile surveillance, it's not just me that sees everything. Everybody in the unit sees a little portion of the surveillance, and whoever's on point, who has the eye, broadcast the movements or direction as if, and if I'm listening to it in my head, I can almost see it in my head, so I can make sure that I'm in the right spot in the surveillance to seamlessly get behind the vehicle or get on foot to watch them. That's how surveillance works. The idea is to watch a person, place, or thing, document, videotape, get some notes without being compromised.
It appears that they're both still at the back passenger door. The defendant's still holding up, pulling out various items from the bags, holding them up. And the two of them are conversing.
That's correct.
Appears that the defendant has moved whatever jacket she was wearing now.
On the video, yes.
And then appears to be getting into that back passenger seat where the clothing bags were.
Yes.
And does it appear that Baker's going around the back of the vehicle to the driver's side?
Yes.
And again, at that point, was it broadcast to you and others on the team that night that they were moving?
Yes.
All right. And at that point, Did you follow them somewhere?
I stayed where I was at. I was still at Van Owen and Independence on the southwest corner. The vehicle actually pulled into the area where I was sitting at, kind of behind me. I was facing southbound, and the vehicle pulled up to my rear, if you will, kind of northeast of where I was parked at.
Okay. So you didn't need to move. You were already set up in a good location.
That's correct.
All right. And then that parking lot there, that area of Van Owen, was that an open parking lot area?
Yeah, I believe it's an apartment complex with an open parking lot.
Okay. And what did you see once Baker drove in to that location?
Overruled.
I was with a partner. I wasn't just by myself. My partner was Detective Pete Miranda, Miranda. And I was driving, and I was using my side view mirror to get the visual, as well as turning my shoulder or turning my head to my left, looking back. But I saw Mr. Baker exit the driver's side and kind of walk out towards the right front of the vehicle, and see Monica Sementilli, and they were hugging and kissing, and then eventually I recall seeing them inside of like portion of the vehicle, kind of I couldn't see exactly what they were doing, but the way their bodies were, that they were definitely embracing each other.
All right. And then did you follow somewhere?
From there, they loaded up. I believe Mr. Baker was still driving, and they drove away eastbound in the San Fernando Valley.
Okay. And at this point, did the defendant get into, prior to loading up and moving from that second parking lot, get into the right front passenger seat?
Yeah, I recall it was definitely the passenger side.
Okay. And where did you follow them to?
I'll allow this.
But the unit, my unit, and myself continued surveillance, and Monica Sementilli and Robert Baker end up going to the Good Bar Inn, or the Good Night Bar in North Hollywood, I believe.
Okay. And did your partner get out at that point?
He was out on foot.
Okay. Just like you were describing earlier?
Correct.
Okay. And at some point in time after he followed them on foot, did you see the defendant along with Baker come out of the location?
I didn't see him come out. It was broadcast to me that they were walking out.
Okay.
I had already placed my vehicle on Denny Street. It's in North Hollywood. It runs north and south, just north of that east-west major. I was able to locate the truck to the rear of the bar, at least see the top of the truck, and I saw them walking northbound on the east sidewalk, holding hands, prior to them getting into their vehicle.
Okay. And then did you follow them to another location?
Yeah, the surveillance continued, and I believe they ended up in West Hollywood area, or Hollywood area, to the Comedy Club.
And did you remain at that location till the end of watch?
That's correct.
All right. And they remained inside the location past when you ended your watch?
Correct. We had left the area, and they were still inside the location.
All right. The following day, Friday, March 10th, at about 2 o'clock, were you once again part of a surveillance operation that SIS conducted with the same individuals?
Yes.
Okay. And on this particular day, did you go to a particular location based on trackers that have been previously placed?
I believe we located Mr. Baker and his black expedition on the southeast corner of Ventura and Winnetka.
Okay. And what did you observe at that time?
That he was alone eating in a like a Japanese restaurant in like the strip mall area. I believe there's a Ralph's in that parking lot.
Okay. And at that location, did you get out of the vehicle and install something on his vehicle?
I did.
What did you do?
I placed a GPS tracking device on his vehicle.
I want to move your attention forward now to Monday, June 5th of 2017. In the morning, once again, were you working on a surveillance operation that took place that day at the Queen Vic location?
Yes.
Her residence, 5012 Queen Victoria?
Yes.
Woodland Hills? And did you observe her, the defendant, driving that day?
I did.
And did you observe her actually leaving the residence?
Not actually leaving the residence. I believe it was kind of hard to set up a point on the residence, so I was down the street and covering a direction, and I observed Monica Sementilli driving, I believe, a dark color Mustang.
Okay. And at this point, was this a new vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. Showing you what's been previously marked as People's 148. Is this the vehicle that you observed?
Yes.
And she was coming from the direction of her home towards where you were parked just down the street?
That's correct.
Okay. The next day, June 6th, once again, was a surveillance operation conducted that you were a part of?
Yes.
Okay. And in addition to the vehicle trackers that we've heard about, did you locate her that day from a phone ping?
Yes.
What's a phone ping?
Well, detectives can write search warrants for somebody's cell phone. Every 15 minutes, they would get a general location where it hits off a cell tower. That particular ping, I wasn't obtaining them, or I was not getting them from the phone company. I believe other detectives were. And it was broadcast that for us to look in the area of like Van Owen and Canoga area, I was able to pull into the LA Fitness parking lot on the southwest corner of, I believe it's Victory and Canoga.
Okay. And go ahead.
And located the black Ford Mustang in the lot facing southbound.
Okay. This is not a wiretap. It's a geolocation ping.
That's correct.
Information, correct?
Just a location to where it's hitting off a cell tower and puts you in a general area.
Okay. And so what is it that you were able to locate in the LA Fitness parking lot over at in Canoga? Is that 6401 Canoga Avenue in Woodland Hills?
And I believe so, yes.
Okay. And what did you locate?
I located the black Ford Mustang parked in the parking lot.
Okay. The same one that you had seen her driving the day before?
That's correct.
Okay. And when you got to that particular location, were you in a vehicle that day with a partner, or were you by yourself?
I believe I was by myself.
Your Honor, I have six photographs from the LA Fitness located at 6401 Canoga Avenue in Woodland Hills. May they be marked as the people's next in order? 197?
Yes, so marked.
Thank you. Showing you what's been now marked as People's 197. There's a 29 in the lower left corner. Is this the location where you located the Mustang?
Yes, but on the far east end of this parking lot.
Okay. Showing you People's 197 that has a number 30 in the bottom left corner. Is there a large parking lot, as we see in these photographs, outside of this gym?
Yes.
Same location where you were set up that day?
Yes.
Showing you exhibit 197 that has a number 31 in the lower left corner. Is this the Mustang that you located in the parking lot?
Yes.
And where were you in relation?
I was just in the parking aisle just north and just a little bit west of the Mustang, where I had an unobstructed view looking southeasterly, if you will.
Are these photographs that actually you took that day during your surveillance operation?
I did not take this picture, but I believe another detective did.
That was working with you?
That's correct.
Okay. And during the surveillance operations by SIS, is it common that whichever detective has the best vantage point might take photographs or video or things of that nature?
Yeah, if you can work yourself in a position to take photographs and video, that'd be great. At least that would help the case, and we give that information to the detectives so they can sift through it.
Okay. And at some point, did you actually see the defendant with Robert Baker that day at this location?
I did.
Okay. showing you People's 197 that has a number 32 in the lower left corner. Is this what you observed?
I did, but from the northwest of them, yes.
Yes. And so this was them coming out of the gym towards the Mustang?
That's correct.
Showing you People's 197, number 33. Is this another photograph taken of what you also observed that day?
Yes.
And the last one, 197, number 34. Can you describe for us what we see here?
Just see Robert Baker at the passenger door, ready to sit down, and Monica Sementilli is behind the driver's, or in the driver's seat, and they drove off together.
Okay. She was in the driver, he was in the front passenger?
Yes.
And approximately what time is this on June 6th?
I'd have to refresh my recollection. It was
Was it in the afternoon?
between 2 and 3.
Okay. And at some point in time before they had come out to the vehicle, was a vehicle tracker placed on this vehicle by Marcello Raffi, one of the other detectives working with you that day?
Yeah, that's correct.
And was this interaction between the two targets also caught on videotape that day?
I don't recall if someone, I can't recall the video, there's a videotape, but definitely photos.
Let me see it. Just reminds me. Is this what you observed?
Yes.
What do we hear in the background? Is that you guys talking on the radio? It says they came out with equipment.
It was probably me. I just can't, I couldn't hear it right there.
Racquetball racket.
That's my voice.
Is that you broadcasting
Yes.
and also taking photographs?
Not,
Someone is?
Someone's taking photographs. I believe this might be Detective Plaus, if I remember correctly. But I was definitely broadcasting the movement, walking to the vehicle, and then looking at the right front of the car.
Appears they're looking at something on the vehicle, or at least around the vehicle talking.
Yes.
So is this typical of the type of surveillance that you did on the targets, where you would have a group of individuals, someone would be narrating what they're observing, photographs or video may be taken, and you spend a lot of time waiting?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's still your voice broadcasting what you're observing?
Yes, ma'am.
How far is this location from Baker's apartment at 6817 Independence?
Oh, real.
Approximately.
I mean, he lived at Van Owen and Independence. This is Victory, I believe. One major south. Not too far.
A few miles.
A few miles, yeah.
And you told us that this was somewhere between 2:30 and 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
I believe so.
And did you follow them from this location to another location?
I stayed in the parking lot. I broadcast the movement. I don't recall exactly where they went from the LA Fitness.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at your notes?
It would.
Could you do so, please?
Yes, ma'am.
They appear to be driving away now.
Yes.
Where did you follow them to?
So after they left the LA Fitness, they drove back to Independence, where Robert Baker lived.
And where did the defendant park her Mustang?
You might like to refresh my look at it, if it's
Sure.
in there. I wasn't on point, so I don't recall exactly where she parked it, but there was notes that were being taken.
And being broadcast to you?
Correct. (6817) Independence, parked in the underground garage of the apartment.
Okay. And a couple hours later, did the defendant come out of the apartment? Hour or two later?
Yeah, forgive me, this is 8 years ago, so I'm just trying to
I know.
refresh my recollection.
Just let us know when you've done that.
Well, after they left the gym, they went to Independence. Then Monica left alone in the vehicle and then drove to the Ralph's.
Okay. That was a couple hours later, an hour and a half later?
Within the hour.
Approximately 4:15.
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Let's take our morning recess at this time for 15 minutes. The evidence supplies. See you back here in 15 minutes. Record Bureau Sementilli, defendant is present, all counsel are present, jury and alternates are present. Detective Frederick, you're still under oath, and the defense may inquire.
Good morning, Detective Frederick.
Good morning, ma'am.
Back in 2017, you were a member of this highly specialized special investigations section unit that was assigned to target Monica Sementilli and Robert Baker, is that right?
Assigned to conduct surveillance of them, yes.
Okay. And that surveillance was conducted by your entire team at the time at SIS?
Whoever worked that day, yes.
Okay. And that was, you were briefed on your assignment and targeting Ms. Sementilli and Mr. Baker. Do you remember when you were first briefed?
I believe it was on March 9th.
Okay. And am I right that you, the surveillance team surveilled Ms. Sementilli and Mr. Baker, or at least tried to, from March through Ms. Sementilli's arrest in June of 2007? Is that right? 17, is that correct?
But not every day. I believe I was only on 4 actual days of surveillance.
Okay. And of those 4 actual days of surveillance, am I correct, you only ever observed Ms. Sementilli with Mr. Baker on 2 of those days?
Definitely March 9th, I believe.
Okay.
And then definitely when they came out of the LA Fitness.
Okay. And that was June 5th?
June 6th, I believe.
June 6th?
Correct.
Okay.
And I did see Miss Sementilli driving the Mustang. I believe it was June 5th.
Okay. But that, am I right, that wasn't with Mr. Baker?
She was alone in the Mustang on June 5th. That's correct.
Okay. So on these 2 occasions, you actually observed them together. The observations you were discussing earlier on that video where there were shopping bags and clothes, you didn't see that in real time, am I right?
I did not see that, no.
Okay. So that was Detective Guzman who observed that?
I don't recall who was broadcasting, but someone had broadcast that they were looking at items on that Independence and Van Owen Street on the northeast corner.
Okay. But that wasn't you?
That is correct. It was not me.
And there was no, I was a little confused, there was no broadcast of video at that time. You weren't watching it live, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And what you observed was in another parking lot on the 9th, and you saw Baker drive the truck into the parking lot, and at some point Baker got out, Monica got out of the passenger side, and you saw some hugging and kissing and talking.
Yes,
And that was for, you think, less than 10 minutes?
approximately.
Okay. And then you followed their vehicle that evening on the 9th to the Goodnight Bar, and then later to a place called the Laugh Factory.
That's correct.
And then you left them there and finished your shift.
That's correct.
And on that surveillance that your team did, sorry, I'm very sorry. On that surveillance that your team did on March 9 and March 10, that's the only time you ever observed them, correct?
But then I believe June 6th at the LA Fitness.
Right, I'm talking about March 9, March 10.
That I observed him, yes.
Yeah. But you heard broadcasts as well
Yes.
of the surveillance, the other members of the team. How many members, how many detectives?
In 2017, I believe we had approximately a lieutenant, 4 D3s, and maybe 13 to 14 D2s, for roughly about 20 people assigned to SIS. But with days off and vacations, I couldn't tell you how many people worked. We do have a minimum of at least, I believe, 12 to 13 people that shall be in a surveillance. That helps with people getting out on foot. That helps with different looks of the vehicles. So there's not just me in surveillance, but the unit who was working that day.
It's a lot of manpower,
Yes,
12 to 13 a minimum.
yes.
Okay. And am I correct that during your surveillance of Monica Sementilli and Robert Baker that day, you never observed Monica and Baker meeting with any other individual at any time, correct?
I did not observe that I can recall, no.
And am I correct, at no time during your surveillance on March 9 or March 10, 2017, did you ever hear a broadcast of Monica Sementilli and Robert Baker ever meeting with any third person?
Not that I recall.
Okay. And am I correct that the only other time you surveilled and saw Monica Sementilli with Robert Baker was in that LA Fitness parking lot, correct?
Correct.
And at no time did you ever observe Monica Sementilli and Robert Baker ever meeting with any third person, correct?
That's correct.
And nor did you ever hear any broadcast from your specialized unit about Monica Sementilli and Robert Baker ever meeting with any third person?
Correct.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Anything further by the people?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Detective Frederick. You're excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Take our next witness.
Thank you. People call Salvatore Pulera.
You can please face me and raise your right hand. Just move over this way. Yeah. Do you solemnly state the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness stand. And for the record, say and spell your first and last name, please.
Salvatore Pulera. Salvatore, S-A-L-V-A-T-O-R-E. Pulera, P-U-L-E-R-A.
Thank you. Sir, did you fly in from Canada to testify in this matter?
Yes.
How are you currently employed?
I'm a sales manager for Kuhn Hair Cosmetics.
Okay. And previous to that, did you work for Wella?
Yes.
Okay. Did you become a sales rep at some point in time for Wella?
Yes.
And prior to that, did you work as a hairdresser and a salon owner in Canada?
Yes.
Did you know Fabio Sementilli?
Yes.
How did you know Fabio?
I knew him through the show circuit, the hair show circuit. Him and his sister were very big hairstylists out there, award-winning hairstylists.
From Canada?
From Canada, yep. And I always followed Fabio and his sister, Morella. And then I started working with Wella and started working with Fabio. And I was introduced to him.
Okay. So you had heard of them and followed them before you actually knew him?
Yes.
Okay. And did you and Fabio become very close?
Yes.
Okay. And through your relationship with Fabio, did you meet the entire family?
Yes.
Did you know his wife?
Yes.
Do you see her here in court today?
Yes.
Can you identify her, please?
She's here in the blue blazer.
Indicating the defendant.
Thank you. Before Fabio moved to the United States, did you attend a party or a gathering basically like a goodbye party for him in Canada.
Yes.
And at that party, did you have any conversations with his wife, Monica?
Objection, Vegas to time.
Overruled.
Yes.
And did the defendant tell you why she had been convinced to move to the United States?
Yes.
What did she say about that?
She was happy with her life in Canada, but she was helping Fabio move on. She didn't want to go, but Ruben Carranza, which was Fabio's or the CEO of the company or general manager of the company, had a meeting with her and Fabio and convinced her to come on board. They were going to pay for their move. They were going to pay for their travel. They were going to help Fabio out in every single way they could, with between car loans and helping with rent and all those wonderful things.
Okay. Did she also mention anything about life insurance or benefits?
Yes. She was also concerned about benefits and life insurance because in Canada we have subsidized healthcare or healthcare in general, but Ruben had convinced her that there was going to be benefits, full health care taken care of, everything was going to be taken care of for them.
And did she specifically mention to you that the life insurance and the benefits were something that convinced her to move to the United States?
Yes.
Overruled.
Yes, she was convinced. The life insurance and the benefits were great. The salary was not that great, but the life insurance and the benefits were really good.
So she told you, although the salary wasn't great,
Yes.
those other benefits, like the life insurance,
Yes.
were great. Okay.
Yes.
And was Fabio someone that you looked to for guidance and training and teaching and things of that nature since he was older than you?
Objection, relevant.
Sustained.
Did Fabio, at some point in time, once he moved to the United States, make you the regional education manager
Yes.
for Wella?
For within the Wella company, I was working with Cadis.
Okay. But it was under the
Yes.
auspices of Wella, yes?
Yes, definitely. Yes.
And did you, in that position, travel with Fabio several times?
Yes, many times.
Both inside the United States and outside?
Yes.
And did you even share a room on certain occasions?
Yes, many times. Yes.
Okay. And did he ever talk to you about anything that he collected?
Yeah. Well, he was collecting different things. Like he liked to gamble a little bit, very minor. And we got on discussion of investing in gold, gold coins, different things like that. I think that was particular. We had that conversation in Orlando.
While you were traveling on one of these business trips?
Yes.
And did he tell you during your travel about the gold coin that he would collect?
Yeah, he would purchase it. I was interested in what he was saying because I've never purchased any gold coins. I don't know if it was a U.S. thing or whatever it was, but
That's overruled.
Go ahead.
okay. So I was interested. So he let me know that he would purchase some gold coins. He even told me that you can get them at Costco.
Okay. And did he tell you that he would often use any extra money that he had to invest in gold coins?
Yeah, whatever kind of extra money that he had kind of left over, he would put aside. And Fabio was a guy always likes, he was a keep the money in the safe type of guy. And
Did he tell you that he used to keep his gold coins in a safe?
not particularly the gold coins in a safe, but he used to keep all his valuables in a safe. He didn't trust the bank.
Okay. Once Fabio moved to the United States, did you keep in contact with him on a regular basis?
Yeah, most of the time it was on a weekly basis. Sometimes when he was really busy, sometimes it would be on a bi-weekly or sometimes a monthly basis.
Did you come to the United States from Canada on several occasions to see him or for business?
Not to see him in particular, but for business, yes.
And that business meant that you would be seeing him, correct?
Always, yes.
And did you visit him at his home in Woodland Hills?
Yes,
And had you had dinner there on
Yeah.
occasion?
yes.
And did you go house hunting with him as well?
Yeah, we went, when he was first moving to the U.S. and he was transitioning, I was here at a 20th
I'm
anniversary.
gonna object as non-responsive and relevant.
It'd be staying as non-responsive, it's overruled as irrelevant.
You went
I-
house hunting together?
Yeah, we went house hunting. We went to go look at different places before Monica and the family came down, and we went to go look at several different houses and different places. Yeah.
And once he purchased the house in Woodland Hills on Queen Victoria, when you would come to the house, was there a particular location where the two of you would sit and talk about business or meet?
Yeah, in the backyard.
On the covered patio area?
Yes.
And did you follow through the business Fabio's social media videos that he would post from that location on a regular basis?
Yes.
Training videos and things of that nature?
I don't know if they were training videos. They were awareness on what was happening within Wella, with industry, and of course his motivational quotes.
When was the last time that you saw Fabio prior to his murder?
It was June of 2016, I believe.
Okay. And were you in town that week for a training?
Yes.
And did you take a cab to the home on Queen Victoria to see Fabio?
Yes.
And did you come with another coworker?
No. I came in the cab alone. She
Okay.
she came afterwards.
Okay. So she came separately from you to the location, to the residence.
Yes.
And when you got to the home, did Fabio let you in?
Yes.
Showing you what's been previously marked as People's 9. This one's page 8. Is this the residence that you came to in June of 2016?
Yes.
And when Fabio let you in, did he, was Monica home at that time?
No, not at that time. No.
Did she come to the home shortly after you arrived?
Yes.
And did you and Fabio and the defendant have a conversation inside the home?
Yes.
Where was that?
And the kitchen.
And did Fabio say anything to you that about that particular day?
Yeah. I didn't see him that day at the office, and he was at some show or some event, some OPI event in, I don't know where, but it was somewhere in Los Angeles.
Maybe Universal City?
Could be, yeah, yeah.
Okay. And what, if anything, did he tell you when you came into the kitchen and you guys were talking?
I was making fun of him
Why were you making fun of him?
because he's, Fabio was a big shot now, and just poking fun at him. And then when he asked me to come to the home, he said, let me know so I can open up the gates. And I'm like, oh, big shot has gates, and just joking around. And when he came in, there was, I noticed there was a monitor on the kitchen counter,
Yes.
and there was all video cameras everywhere. And I'm like, oh, you have all these video cameras, you know? And he had said to me, that's not me. I didn't do that. And he said, that's all Monica. That's all Mo.
Mo. That's
Yes.
how he referred to her.
That's all Mo. And I looked at her. I'm like, oh. And she says, yeah. Well, you can never be too safe. This is not Woodbridge.
Woodbridge is the area where you all lived in Canada.
Yes.
Did he tell you that he had come home to this?
Yes. He said, I came home to this. This is all Mo.
Showing you People's 7, previously marked. It has a 29 in the lower left corner. Is this the monitor that you were talking about? That
Yes.
you made fun of him about?
Yes. Yes.
Same thing we see in Exhibit 129, number 17. Yes?
Yes.
Same monitor on
Yes.
the counter?
Yes.
Your Honor, I have a Instagram post from June 28th, 2016. May it be marked as People's 198?
Yes.
Showing you People's 198. Did you follow Fabio's Instagram?
Yes.
Okay. And FobStyle67, was that his account?
Yes.
And the date here, June 28th of 2016. My wife and daughters don't know it yet, but Big Daddy is bringing home a few treats from OPI. Is that the kind of thing that Fabio would post on his Instagram account?
Objection, relevance.
So overruled.
Yes, he would always post things. He was very. He wanted his family always involved in everything he did. He felt that his success was only attributed to his family.
And so, does that give you a timeline in terms of the date when you talked about Fabio being at an event in Universal City for OPI, the date that you came to the home being June 28th of 2016?
Yes.
So, when he told you that he came home to this monitor, that Monica had had it installed while he was at this OPI event, her response was, "You can never be too safe. This isn't Woodbridge."
Correct.
Did you and the defendant often talk, and Fabio, about money and business and things of that nature when you would come to the home? Or when you would see him at events?
When I would see him at events, we wouldn't talk about that when he came to the home, but at events, yes, we've had those conversations.
And did the defendant tell you prior to Fabio's murder that she was the one that handled the family's finances?
Yes.
Was that something that she had told you on many occasions?
Yes.
And did she tell you why it was that she was the one who handled the finances for the family?
Because Fabio couldn't do anything on his own.
Now, as part of Wella, did you travel with Fabio and Monica along with your wife on occasion?
On 2 occasions, we had the opportunity to travel to Hawaii, both Maui and Kona. I believe in 2010 it was Maui, in 2011 it was Kona, and we had the opportunity to travel together, yes.
Could that have been 2011 to Maui in 2012?
Yeah, well, 2011 to 2012.
And did you and your wife have lunch and conversation with Fabio and the defendant on these trips?
Yes.
Okay. And was there a day where you and your wife spoke to Fabio and Monica about how they met?
Yes.
And did you all talk about how they had met at Fabio's salon in Canada?
Yeah, we talked about how they met at Fabio's salon, and
And was there discussion about P&G and some of the new benefits that were being offered on one of these trips?
Yeah, we had a discussion about. I asked him, like, how are things going, and Monica had piped in. She goes, things are. I miss home, and but I'm here for Fabio, and I'm like, oh, things must be good. And she says, well, they help us with the rent, they help us with all these different things. It's definitely not the salary. It's the benefits. They mentioned stock options, but they weren't great. But the more time he had, they would get better, and all the different benefits that they were getting when it came to health benefits and bonuses. But she did complain about the salary. It's not the salary that's keeping us here at all. Definitely not the salary.
In addition to the stock options and the health benefits and the bonuses, did she also say anything about life insurance?
Yes, she did mention the life insurance, and she had mentioned, yeah, it's not the salary that's keeping us here. He's worth more dead to me than alive. And Fabio was like, I'm worth more dead to her than alive. And then we all kind of laughed about it. It was a funny joke.
And did she specifically talk about the life insurance being very good?
Yes.
Did the four of you also discuss the profit sharing plan?
Yes, we did discuss the profit sharing plan, and Monica said that was very good, and Fabio had said it too. And Fabio had asked me if I was taking advantage of it, and at the time I did not take advantage of it. And I think there was a timeline. Monica had mentioned the timeline. She said you have to take advantage of it before a certain timeline, and I never did end up taking advantage of it. So.
Did Fabio say anything about the paperwork when you said there was a timeline, what he did with the paperwork for the stock options and the profit sharing and things of that nature, life insurance?
Yeah, he did. He had meant. I had asked him about. Oh no! So I had asked him about what is the timeline, and he's like, "Ask Monica because I don't know. She does all the paperwork."
And did Bob tell you that anything that was financial related, he put through her, or he gave to her to handle?
If Fabio didn't handle anything on his own, he always had it. He always had his wife do everything because he was too busy to do things on his own. Maybe he was a little lazy, but his wife would do pretty much everything for him when it.
Is that what not only Fabio told you, but the defendant told you herself on many occasions?
Yes.
She also tell you that she used to take care of the books or the finances in Canada when they opened Salon Fabio?
So I handle all the finances in my home when we were having that conversation, and Fabio had said, Monica's always done the work. She's college professor. She works at Humber College, and she's smart. So I always left it to her.
And that was when she was teaching salon management type classes at Humber College?
Yes.
Did the defendant ever tell you the amount of life insurance?
Not a dollar amount, but she had mentioned I don't know how serious it was, but she saw it's millions. I don't know if that was serious or a joke. I don't know.
And that was something that the four of you would talk about together.
We talked about, yes.
Subsequent to Fabio's death, did you attend events in Toronto for his funeral, memorial, things of that nature?
Yes.
Did you also attend an event at Morella's home with Marco in Woodbridge for the 1-month anniversary mass?
Yes.
And did you see the defendant at that event and back at Morella's home?
Yes.
And did you speak with her that night?
Yes.
And where were you when you had a conversation?
In the house and in the garage, smoking cigarettes.
Okay. And were you talking to the defendant about what her future plans were?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did she say?
She had mentioned things like Fabio had a lot of ideas for new product designs and new products, and she got into that topic, and then she'd start to get really flustered, and she had said something kind of offensive, just something to the effect of, I just want to fuck. I just want to fuck.
Okay. Was Morella there at that point in time?
I believe she was, yes.
And did she talk about the fact that she was moving on?
She said she wanted to move on, yes.
Okay.
I can't be like this all the time.
Okay. And this is the 1-month anniversary?
Yes.
Did she say that? When she said that, did she seem like grief-stricken, sad, more matter-of-fact? Can you describe her tone?
Objection, speculation,
So overruled.
improper opinion.
Matter of fact and upset.
Upset.
Yes.
By upset, what do you mean?
It just seemed like when she said it was more like anger.
Did she seem sad when she was talking about the fact that she needed to move on?
Not at all.
Okay. Did she tell you that she just, during this conversation, she just wanted to be free to do what she wanted to do?
Yes.
Did you attend an event, I think it was June 11th, 2017, the Muir Awards in Toronto where they were honoring Fabio?
Yes.
Did you see the defendant at that event?
Yes.
Did you do her hair for that event?
Yes.
Okay. And prior to the event, when you were set to do the defendant's hair, did she ask you to go somewhere with her?
Yes.
Where was that?
She had just, I don't know if she had just flown in, she had just got there at the event. I think it was the docks, Polson Pier in Toronto, where the event was. And Morella was supposed to do her hair, but Morella was coordinating the show, Morella was doing everything, so she was kind of flustered. Everybody was pulling Morella left everywhere. So Morella had asked me, can you do Monica's hair? I said, do you want me to do your hair? And she says, yeah. She goes, but I need to have a drink first. I said, okay, we can go for a drink. So we went to go get a glass of white wine at the bar.
Was that the defendant's drink of choice?
Objection, foundation, speculation,
Sus-
relevance.
Sustained on the first two grounds.
So the defendant had a glass of wine, you had a cocktail or something?
I believe I had a glass of wine as well.
Okay. And did the two of you talk?
Yes.
This was at the event at the docks or at Polson Pier where
Yes.
the bar area was set up?
The outdoor bar area.
Okay. And did she say anything to you at that time?
Yes.
And what was that? What did she want to talk to you about?
So I had a conversation with her about how she was doing and how everything's going, and she quickly told me that she was scared because the police wanted to talk to her.
Okay. And what did she say about that?
She said the police wanted to talk to her, and she was scared. I think when she went back on Wednesday, or was it Tuesday or Wednesday, she had to go back and she had an appointment with the police. She had said that they had found jewelry of Fabio's, but she doesn't know what jewelry they could have found because there was really no jewelry that was missing. And I said, okay. And she said that there's something that they found, or I don't know. She goes, I'm just kind of scared. And I said, well, why are you scared? And she goes, you don't know everything that's happened, and everybody's cut me off, and nobody well talks to me anymore. They just let me be. Once Fabio's gone, nobody helps me. I've been calling the police all the time for the life insurance money. I didn't get any money. It's not only for me, it's the girls. Are you going to pay my bills? Are you going to pay the gardener? All those things. So that was our conversation.
Okay, so she told you that Wella had cut her off,
Yes.
and did she specifically mention the CEO had cut her off?
Yeah, she said Sal Mosieri cut her off, doesn't talk to her anymore. They don't help her. They haven't helped her with anything.
Did she tell you that Sal Mosieri had, along with Henry Meyer, had put into place a new policy and they were paying Fob's salary for 6 months to her?
Relevant, cumulative.
Overruled.
No.
Did she tell you that she had no money?
Yes, she did tell me that she had no money. I did offer to help in any way that she needed.
Did you offer to give her money?
Yes, I did offer to help money or anything that she needed, and she just kept on talking about how everybody cut her off.
And did she tell you at that point in time that people from Wella were constantly calling, coming to the house, bringing food, asking her if she needed anything? Did she ever mention that?
Overruled.
Said she hasn't spoken to anybody.
Did she tell you that Wella had actually paid to send Fabio's body back to Canada for burial?
No.
Did she tell you that people from Wella were getting her deals on hotel rooms in Las Vegas or Myrtle Beach?
No.
Did she tell you that she somehow had enough money to buy herself a new fully loaded Mustang?
Objection, argumentative.
Overruled.
No.
Did she tell you when she said she was calling law enforcement all the time regarding the life insurance that law enforcement didn't give a shit?
Yeah, those were basically her words. She had said that she calls them all the time, that they don't give a shit. She said, now they call me, that they say they found something at Fabio's, but they don't understand. I need to take care of my daughters. I have no money.
And when she was talking about the police, did she tell you that she was telling the police or asking the police if they were going to pay her bills?
Yes, she did say that, yes.
Did she mention that Luigi, do you know who Luigi is?
Yes.
Have you met Luigi on many occasions?
Several occasions, yes.
Did she mention to you that Luigi had already received his life insurance money?
She did mention that to me, yes.
And what was her tone or demeanor when she told you that Luigi had received his portion of the life insurance?
She said Luigi had received his portion of the life insurance. I didn't seem that she was kind of upset about it, but she did say that that part of that chapter was closed, but her kids have not received anything.
And did she say, when you say not upset, did she seem like she was happy that Luigi had received his portion?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Did she seem, in terms of her tone, did she seem irritated, angry, happy?
Same objection.
Sustained.
Now, at some point, after you had this conversation with the defendant, did you do her hair?
Yes.
And where was that? Where did that take place at this event?
In the prep room, that we were doing hair.
And did Sal Cherry come into the prep room during this time?
Yes, he did.
And what happened?
Sal Cherry came in, he looked directly at me, and he said hello, of course, as he always does. And I was doing Monica's hair, and I kind of pulled her hair back, and she lifted up, and he saw her, and he said hello to her, very professional. And she was just saying, she said hello back, but in a very low tone. And she was just muttering things under her breath. I remember her saying "Oh my God," and then she just kind of was muttering things that I couldn't understand.
And at some point later, were you on stage with Monica and Sal, Morella?
Yes. Morella put me on stage with a bunch of other people.
Okay. And did the defendant give a speech at the event? Did Monica give a speech at the event?
Yes, she did give a speech.
Okay. And then did she sing a song?
Yeah, she sang from a song from, or part of her speech was about Frank Sinatra. I did it my way.
Okay.
I don't remember her singing it, but I remember her saying something about, or putting in her speech about Frank Sinatra.
Was that because you knew that Frank Sinatra was somebody that Fabio admired?
Objection, speculation, foundation, relevance.
Sustained.
Was there a particular singer that Fabio loved that you knew?
Yes, Fabio loved Elvis Presley. He was crazy about him. I remember I had gone over to Salon Shampoo and was in the back, and then at American Idol they did a hologram of Elvis Presley, and Fabio was enamored. He had his laptop out and he was showing everybody, and look at Elvis Presley, and look how amazing this is, and he's the, he was the guy he always loved. And I don't ever, I know everybody knew that he loved Elvis Presley. I don't ever remember him mentioning.
Object now as non-responsive.
Sustained.
You never heard him, did you ever hear him talk about Sinatra?
Never.
The way he talked about Elvis?
No.
Now, did you subsequently learn that Monica had Fabio's body cremated?
Yes.
Did you know Fabio to be somebody who was an Italian Catholic?
Yes.
Would that have been something that would be in line with what you knew about Fabio?
Objection, speculation, foundation.
Sustained, and it is.
Did Fabio talk to you about communion of your son and things of that nature?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
You knew Fabio's family as well, correct?
Yes.
Including his mother before her death?
Yes, I met her. I met her.
Almost.
Good morning, Mr. Pulera, right?
Yes.
Your testimony today started, you talked about the move from Canada to the United States, Fabio's family moving from Canada to the United States. Is that right?
Correct.
And that was back in 2010?
Somewhere around 2009, 2010, yes.
Okay, so approximately 7 to 8 years prior to Fabio's passing. Is that right?
Yes.
And you testified about how there was discussion amongst you, Fabio, Monica, and your wife back in 2009, 2010 about the insurance and the benefits and everything Wella was going to do for the Sementilli family to move them to the United States.
No.
please help me understand what I missed there. That it was just,
So we had that discussion in 2011 in Hawaii. I had a discussion with Fabio, Monica, even Morella was around at his going away party in Toronto.
okay, and that was 7 or 8 years prior to his death in 2017, correct?
Yeah.
That was also prior to Cody purchasing Wella in the fall of 2016.
Yes.
And you're aware that when Cody purchased Wella, all of the benefits, including life insurance and stock options, all of that changed, right?
Yes.
And at the time, you made a comment in your testimony that Monica had made some comment about the salaries not keeping us here, and there was communication about stock options. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you are aware, as you sit here, are you aware that Fabio was not granted any stock options until several years after his move from Canada?
Well, I'm objecting to some facts on evidence.
Sustain.
And then you also testified about this trip in Maui where you guys had the lunch and there was the funny comment that you guys all laughed at. You remember that?
Yes.
And that was in 2012 or 2011?
2011.
Again, 6 years prior to Fabio's passing, correct?
Yes.
And you also testified that in speaking with Monica, she didn't mention a specific dollar amount, but you testified she claimed something about it being in the millions, right?
Yes.
And that was, again, a conversation that happened 6 years prior to Fabio's passing.
Yes.
How many times were you interviewed in this case?
By whom?
By law enforcement or the prosecutor?
Prosecutor, I believe it was once, twice actually, and never by law enforcement.
When were the 2 times with the prosecutor?
Back in just before COVID, I can't remember the exact date, but it actually was during COVID and that whole time, maybe it was 2020.
Several years after Fabio's passing, as well as Monica's arrest, right?
Yeah.
And during those several years, am I correct that you spoke to a number of people about this particular case?
No.
You didn't speak to anybody between June 2017 and the time you were interviewed? Anybody from Wella about the case? And
About the case? About Fabio's passing?
Did you speak to anybody at Wella between June 2017 and the date you were interviewed about a case being filed against Monica Sementilli?
At Wella, no.
Who did you talk to about it?
My wife?
You didn't talk to anybody else?
About the case being filed? No.
Have you ever talked to Morella? Do you know Morella Sementilli?
Yes.
And you never spoke with Morella Sementilli between June 2017 and the first time you were interviewed by the prosecutor about the case and the alleged evidence against Monica Sementilli?
Not about the case, no.
What did you talk about?
She gave me some great baking ideas.
Okay, so nothing about, okay, asked and answered. Let's move on. When was the second time you were interviewed with the prosecutor?
I'm trying to remember. I would say in early January.
Of this year?
Of this year, yes.
How long was that interview?
I would say about 20 minutes.
Did you talk about anything new with the prosecutor in your interview this year, different from what you provided to her in 2021?
No.
Okay, you testified about this Orlando trip with Fabio and some discussion about coins. You remember that?
Yes.
When was that trip to Orlando?
I'm kind of thinking it was the Orlando Beauty Show. That's June. It was probably about 2015.
Okay. When you were first interviewed by the prosecutor, you didn't tell the prosecutor anything about this Orlando trip and gold coins and safes and Fabio can't trust the bank, did you?
I'm going to object, that's compound.
It is.
When you interviewed with the prosecutor in January of this year, am I correct that it's the first time that you told her about this conversation with Fabio that he doesn't trust the banks?
No.
Okay. Is it your testimony that you told the prosecutor when you were first interviewed back in 2021 about this comment from Fabio?
I did tell her about this, yes.
Okay.
Whether she wrote it in her notes or not, I have no idea, but I did tell her.
At the June 2017 event to honor Fabio, Monica also told you during that time period that you were doing her hair, she had also expressed to you her frustration specifically with the Los Angeles Police Department, didn't she?
Yes, she did.
And you also testified that you understood Fabio's salary was continuing for 6 months, right?
I did not testify that. I had no idea salary was continuing.
Understood. You also testified that you had offered to give Monica money during this conversation, right?
Yes.
And at no time did Monica ever take a dime from you.
No.
The prosecutor asked you on her direct about whether Monica had told you she was getting deals in Las Vegas. You remember that?
Yes.
Okay, and Monica, well, let me ask you this. Between January 23rd, 2017 and June 14, 2017, how many times did you see Monica?
I would say I saw her at the house. I saw her at the Wella events, maybe 3 times, 3 times, yeah.
You only saw her 3 times over a 6-month period, right?
Yes.
And you didn't.
Oh wait, I did see her in Toronto, at her sister's, supposed to be her sister's wedding.
And you also didn't communicate with Monica by text message at all between January 23rd, 2017 and June 14th, 2017, right?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
I did communicate with her.
How many text message communications
It
did
was
you
through
have?
Instagram messaging.
Okay, so Instagram messaging, but no text messaging, right?
No text messaging, Instagram messaging.
Prior to Fabio's passing, how often did you talk to Monica?
Before he passed away, I haven't talked to her much at all.
Okay.
Yeah.
In the year prior to Fabio's passing, how many times did you see Monica?
How many times have I seen Monica?
In the year prior to Fabio's passing.
I can't remember.
Okay. In the year prior to Fabio's passing, Monica didn't tell you when she was going on any other trips, right?
In the year prior to him passing away, did she tell me that she was going on any trips? I'm just trying to understand the question.
Yes, I'll clarify for you.
Yeah.
The prosecutor asked you on her direct questioning whether Monica told you that she was getting special deals, discounted hotel rooms in Las Vegas. You remember that?
Yes.
And prior to Fabio's death, Monica didn't communicate to you whether she was getting a great deal or a horrible deal on hotel rates anywhere in the world, right?
Object, that's argumentative.
I'll allow it, so
No, she didn't tell me that she was getting any hotel deals or anything like that, no. She did mention that she was going on a trip to Myrtle Beach to walk a golf course, that Fabio was going to go for his 50th birthday.
Okay. But you were also living in Canada between,
Correct.
right. So you didn't know where Monica was going to lunch on the weekends either.
No.
You testified about this Elvis Presley American Idol with Fabio. When was that conversation?
2009.
Okay, so 8 years prior to Fabio's passing, is that right?
Yeah.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
anything further by the people?
Just briefly,
When did the defendant tell you that she was going to Myrtle Beach to walk the golf course for Fabio's birthday?
At Morella's house at the 1-month anniversary.
Did the defendant tell you she was going with her lover?
No.
She mentioned she had one?
No.
Nothing further.
Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You're excused. You may call the next witness.
We'll call Melanie Garabay.
Do you solemnly state the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat and witness stand. And for the record, say and spell your first and last name, please.
Melanie Garabay, Melanie Garabay. Is that okay?
I don't know.
Good afternoon, Ms. Garabay. Can you tell us how it is that you're employed?
Yes, currently I own my own company.
Prior to that time, did you work for Wella
Yes,
for how many years?
approximately 18 years.
And what was your position at Wella when you left?
I was the national show director.
What does that mean?
I was responsible for our North American show team and producing our shows and events across U.S. and Canada, particularly the bigger events such as the North American Tranvision Awards.
Let me. Thank you. In terms of being the national show director, does that mean that you were the one responsible for producing the shows?
That's correct.
What does that entail?
That entails coming up with creative concepts with people on my team, and then, being the main liaison for the hotels or the event spaces, and then on site really producing and directing the large scale events.
When you say large scale, and are you referring to, like you said, the Tranvision type shows?
Correct. I was in charge of our show team, and we did events large and small across U.S. and Canada, as I mentioned, So my team was responsible for some of the more regional events, and I was responsible for the larger events, such as the North American Trend Vision Awards.
Okay. Events where you might have 1,000 or 2,000 people?
Correct.
And did you know somebody by the name of Fabio Sementilli when you worked for Wella?
Yes.
Were you on his lead team?
I was not on the lead team. I reported into Fabio as the national show director.
Okay. And so did you often travel with him to these large shows?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you and Fabio have a close relationship?
Yes, it was close. I met Fabio as a platform artist for my large shows. Then we were colleagues, and then he eventually became my boss.
Okay. And through that relationship, did you also meet his family, including his wife?
I did.
Do you see her here in court today?
Yes.
Can you identify her?
Yes, she's right there wearing a blue blazer and a light blue shirt.
Okay, the defendant.
Thank you. As part of your relationship, did you also, and your work with Fabio, did you also travel with them on trendsetter trips, bonus trips to Hawaii and things like that?
Yes, I did.
Subsequent to Fabio's death, did you go to the Sementilli home to offer your support along with other individuals from Wella on a regular basis?
I wouldn't say it was a regular basis.
Did you reach out to her on a regular basis?
After the murder?
Yeah.
I did. I did check in via text here and again. And really didn't hear back much, but yes, I did.
All right. So you reached out and you also went to the home after the murder?
Yes, correct. I believe I went 2 days after the murder with some colleagues from Wella.
And did you also attend the backyard gathering on January 29th?
I did.
At some point later, did the defendant reach out to you and ask for your assistance?
Yes.
About maybe six months after the murder?
I don't recall.
I'm sorry, 6 weeks.
6 weeks, yeah. I think it was probably around March.
Okay. Your Honor, I have a Celebrate report with text messages between this witness and the defendant. It's 20 pages in total. May it be marked, please, as People's 199.
Yes.
Showing you the first page of People's 199. Do you recognize the first instant message conversation as coming from you to the defendant on January 24th of 2017 at about 6 in the morning?
Yes, that's my message there.
Let me make sure I'm right on the time.
It says 7, I believe.
6:06 in the morning, it looks like, on the 24th?
Or 7:06 and 0.6 of a second?
Yes.
Okay.
Here it is. Okay. And I want to direct your attention to the second page. Is this again another text message that you sent to the defendant on January 25th?
Yes,
Okay. Talking about how you're bringing wine.
correct.
On the third page, another set of messages from you to the defendant, just saying hello, thinking of you, sending prayers, things of that nature from, looks like January 26th, followed by maybe February 3rd.
Correct.
And the response, TY for thank you, is that the typical response that you received back?
Yes.
And then again, further down, February 15th, reaching out once again.
Correct.
I now want to move to March 8th, bottom of the fourth page, just checking in, let me know when you feel up for a visit. Is this the type of text message that you sent?
Yes.
On the sixth page, on March 17th, do you recall receiving this message from the defendant saying, "Hi Mel, when you have a chance, could you give me a call?"
Yes, I do.
And did you in fact give her a call as she requested?
I did. I specifically remember this because we were having a meeting, and just because I really hadn't heard, back in detail like this in a while, I thought maybe it was something urgent or important. So I did call her, yes.
And what, if anything, did she want from you?
She said she didn't know if Fabio had let me know that she had a girls' trip planned, and she was wondering if I could help get her rooms at the Aria, since I had contacts there from previous shows I had done at Aria.
Okay. So she told you that she didn't know if Fabio had let you know about this?
Correct.
So, in other words, indicating to you that Fabio knew she was going to be going on this girls' trip and to check in with you to get your help on securing a room?
Correct.
During this time when she called you, or you called her in response to her text message, did she tell you that she had been very busy?
Overruled.
I can answer that.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, she's, obviously busy with just a lot of things going on. So, understandable, I would think.
So, given that she said Fabio knew about this, did you assist her in securing rooms?
I did.
Okay. And what were you able to secure for her?
I think this time I was able to secure some suites at Vidara. I believe, if I recall correctly, there was something going on in Vegas for the dates that she was looking for. So my contacts couldn't get her a suite at Aria, but they were able to get her, at Vidara.
Okay. And for this particular trip, did she tell you that this was a trip that was to take place between March 23rd and March 26th of 2017?
I believe those were the dates that she had me check on.
Okay. And were you able to secure her, when you say suites, they were the Sky Suites, correct?
Sky Suites would be at Aria, and then I don't know what they are at Vidara, but I believe it was a suite.
Counsel, let me interrupt. Let's take our lunch recess now till 1:30. If you have any supplies, not discuss this case either among yourselves or with anyone else with form expressing opinion to the cause. It's finally submitted to you. Have a good lunch. back on the record. Bureau Sementilli, defendant is present, all counsel present, jury, and also present. Good afternoon. Ms. Garabay, still under oath, and the people may continue.
When we broke for lunch, we were talking about the date of March 17th of 2017, when the defendant texted you to give her a call, and then she told you that she was trying to plan a girls' trip to Vegas, right?
Correct.
Show you page 8 of your text string that's been previously marked as Exhibit 199. On March 20th, did you receive this text from the defendant? Have you heard back yet? If not, no worries. How about you guys swing by tonight?
Yes.
And then, did you respond? This is on March 20th at approximately 12:18 in the afternoon. And then you responded a few moments later saying, "Hi, thanks for reminding me. I just sent them another email."
Yes.
And then what follows is a couple text messages between the two of you later that day, trying to make plans, correct?
Correct.
And the defendant says maybe next week, but she's leaving early Thursday morning, correct?
Correct.
Looking at the next page, page 9, later that day, at about 2:09 in the afternoon, did you send this text message to Monica?
Yes.
That they're going to try to get you at the Aria Sky Suites?
Yes, and then I was going to try to get her confirmation number.
Okay. When you say they, were you referring to your points of contact at the hotel?
Yes,
Vegas?
Mindy and Teresa.
Okay. And then, subsequent to that, the defendant sent you a text message that included a photograph.
Yeah, that looks like her credit card.
Okay. Looking at page 10 of Exhibit 199. At about 8:45 at night, did you send this text to Monica saying, "Hi Monica, so we got you in a suite at the Vidara. Mindy will send a confirmation number tomorrow"?
Yeah, and then let her know she didn't need a credit card until she checked in.
And then in response, the defendant sent you back a text saying, "Great, thank you. Do you know the nightly rate?"
Yes.
Looking at page 11, the nightly rate of $99. Is that the typical rate one would get at the Vidara Sky Suites?
No.
This is your rate given the business that you do there, correct?
Right. Right.
Through
Correct.
through Wella.
Correct.
Or was doing there at the time.
Was at Wella, yes.
Okay. And then, did you send a message to Monica with respect to what Mindy at the Aria said with response to the reservation you were setting up for her?
Correct. Yeah, that's what Mindy sent to me, and that's what I forwarded to Monica.
Okay. And then you said, "You are welcome, have fun, see you next week."
Yes.
And then you got from Mindy, Monica Sementilli's confirmation number for March 23rd arrival.
Correct.
And you sent that to Monica?
Yes.
Now, in April of 2017, did you once again receive a text from the defendant?
Yes.
Showing you page 14 of Exhibit 199. Looking at the date of April 15th of 2017 at 12:52 in the afternoon, the defendant sent you a text saying, just found this. We both won Naha that night, and with a picture. Do you know what that picture was?
Yeah, that's a picture of Monica and Fabio winning Naha. So that's a hairdressing competition.
And then later on that same date, after the picture of the defendant with Fabio at 1:22 in the afternoon, did you also receive a text from the defendant saying that she was going to be going back to Vegas between May 3rd and the 5th and asking you if it was possible to get, again, a 2-bedroom suite or 2 separate suites?
Yes.
And then did you respond saying that you would reach out the next day and let her know?
Correct.
Following day, on April 18th of 2017, did you receive a text from Monica asking you if you had had any luck in booking her in a 2-bedroom suite in Vegas?
Yes.
And then did you respond that Teresa, one of your contacts in Las Vegas, is working on it?
Yes.
On the following page of Exhibit 199, page 17, did you receive this message from Mindy saying that they have a suite at the Vidara, 600 night, comp one night, 199 the other?
Yes, that was from Mindy.
And then did you forward that on to the defendant?
I believe so.
Okay. And looking at a message from her a few moments later, is this for 2-bedroom? What is total for 290 for 2 nights? 199? Question mark, sold! Exclamation points.
Yes, because they were going to comp that first night, so it would have just been the $199 for the 2.
Okay. And then down below, did you respond, yes, 2-bedroom suite, $199 plus resort fees on April 21st of 2017 with respect to her request to see if you could get her a discounted suite in Vegas in May?
Yes.
And then on the following page of Exhibit 199, which would be page 18 at the top, did you receive this response from the defendant saying that she would take it?
Yes.
And then did you send her a message after that, asking whether she was driving or flying, and if she was flying, you were going to send the flight number?
Correct, because they would have arranged a car pickup from the airport.
Also?
Yes.
For free, included?
Included.
And looking at the defendant's response, did she indicate she was going to book a flight that night?
Yes.
The following day, actually a couple days later, on April 23rd of 2017, at approximately 6:13 at night, she sent you a message saying my arrival with a flight, or a photograph of her flight, correct?
Flight itinerary, yes.
Your Honor, I have that photograph. Maybe marked as the people's next in order. Is that 200?
It is.
Thank you. Showing you people's 200. Is this the photograph that she texted to you of her flight information?
I believe so.
Pretty grainy. Can you see from that it looks to be flight information, LAX to Las Vegas?
I can't see from that image there, but from the one you just showed.
Yeah. Looks the same. 200. For Wednesday, May 3rd of 2017, correct?
Correct.
And then you asked her which airline, and she told you on April 24th, 2017, American Air.
Correct.
Showing you page 20 of your text string. Did you send this message on May 20th, 2017, approximately 11:50 in the morning? Hi, Monica. Hope everything's going well and that you had a fun time in Las Vegas.
Yes.
After the Wella Memorial, which took place on May 22nd of 2017, did you go to the Sementilli home to meet with the defendant regarding a Trend Vision show that you were going to be putting on in July of 2017?
Yes, I did. I went with my colleague, Carol.
Carol Protat?
Carol Prota, yes.
And what was the purpose in going to the home to meet with the defendant regarding this show after Fabio's death?
So all year after Fabio's death, we had been kind of doing tributes and memorials at all the shows that we were producing. This one, particularly the North American Trend Vision Awards, we went over there to talk about her participation and how we wanted to honor Fabio at this event. So that's what that conversation and the visit was all about.
Okay, so you went over there to talk to her about her participation in the show you were producing?
Correct.
Okay. And when you got to the house, did the defendant tell you that she had just purchased a new vehicle?
She did. She was really excited. She was excited to show the car to Carol and I and said, "You would have been so proud of me, so proud of me. I did an Academy Award winning performance so that I could get a good deal on the car."
Did she tell you that she was a great actress?
Great actress. I really remember the Academy Award winning performance.
Did she tell you that she bragged about using Fabio's death in order to get the good deal?
I'll allow it.
Yes, she said that she played, the grieving widow, so the advantage of getting a great deal on the car.
And then at that point, did she actually show you the vehicle?
She did. She took us out to the garage, and I remember specifically there was lights that shined down from when you opened the door. It had the Mustang logo, and it was just I remember that specifically.
And when she was talking to you about the great deal that she got on this new Mustang, did she tell you that she traded in Fabio's truck to get the car?
I don't recall.
Okay.
I believe so.
And at that point, did she tell you that she was going to be traveling in the next couple of days to Myrtle Beach?
She did. I remember her saying that, yeah, she was going to Myrtle Beach to walk the golf course because it was one of the things on Fabio's bucket list. And she didn't play golf, but she was going to, you know, honor his memory by doing that.
And did you ask her about whether or not she was planning on moving back to Toronto?
I did. I think in different conversations we had, I asked because I know that obviously she was from there, the girls, and yeah, she just said she didn't know. Things were taking longer than she had planned or expected, or she just kind of seemed frustrated at the process of trying to figure out, you know, what had happened to Fabio.
Okay. I have nothing further.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Ms. Garabay.
Hello.
I don't want to take up too much of your time. You testified about helping Monica get some really cheap hotel rooms in Las Vegas, right?
Correct.
The rates the prosecutor went over with you, one of them was $99 for one night.
Correct.
And I think you had already testified these rates were extremely cheap and different from what the rates would normally be.
Correct.
And on the People's Exhibit 199, the first time that Monica had reached out to you, you were happy to help her getting a discounted hotel room, right?
Yes.
And you had texted Monica, hope you have a good time while you're away, right?
Yes.
You did that for both of the trips, that hope she had a good time and have fun.
Yes.
How many times did you see Monica between January 23rd and June of 2017?
Maybe 3 or 4 times. I mean, including the night of the wake, or just like on personal visits to the.
Including the night of the wake.
I know we went over a couple of days afterwards, as I mentioned. We went over with some colleagues from work. It's right after it happened. I was there at the wake, and then I know we went over another time just on a visit. My husband and I had been out riding, and we brought wine over from Santa Barbara. I believe Carol might have been over there, or maybe Mark. It was just a friendly visit. And then the next time I can remember was when Carol and I went over in May to discuss her participation for NATVA.
Okay, so you saw Monica a total of 4 times between January 23rd and June 14th, the day that of the arrest. Is that right?
From what I can recall, yes, I believe that's correct.
Okay, and on only one of those occasions did Monica, on the last occasion, I believe you testified that Monica expressed frustration with the status of the LAPD investigation. Is that right?
I'm going to say that wasn't the last one. I'm going to say maybe the 3rd time. That's when she was kind of starting to seem frustrated. The last time we went over, it seemed like she had a very different demeanor. I mean, she was super excited about the car and just kind of, moving on, I guess, doing these things for Fabio. But I didn't get any sense of frustration from her in that last visit.
With respect to the Mustang, that day that you went over to Monica's house and she was telling you about the Mustang, she was really bragging about she had negotiated a really good deal on this car, right?
That's correct.
And who doesn't love a good deal on a car, right?
Well, I'm going to object. It's irrelevant, argumentative.
Sustain.
previously testified that, am I correct that you previously testified you reached out to Monica between January 23rd and June 14th, and Monica was busy?
I mean, I reached out, after January 23rd. Understanding a grieving widow, she's got a lot of things going on. So I didn't want to be intrusive, but I just wanted her to know, hey, we're thinking about you. But yeah, I don't really think it was all the way up until June. I think after the hotel rooms, that's kind of really the conversation we had.
Well, between January and June, in the text message communication with Monica, she actually invited you over a number of times.
No, I think there was maybe once or twice. She didn't invite over multiple times. I think there just a couple times. You can look back at the text, but we weren't that super close. I mean, obviously we knew them because of Fabio, but I'm sure there were other people in her circle of friends who were way closer that she would have loved to have at her house, besides me.
But Monica did invite you over a couple of times, is that right?
I think once or twice.
And on both of those occasions, you were actually the one who was busy and couldn't make it on the night she invited you over, right?
I'm not sure.
I may have a moment, Your Honor. People's Exhibit 199. And directing you to this blue message right here, March 20, 2021. You can see that?
March 20th of 2017?
Excuse me, 2017. Your Honor, I have a one-page text message communication string between Ms. Sementilli and Melanie Garabay, if it can be marked as the defense's next.
That'd be 619. Is this a duplicate of the People's?
I am not seeing it in this 20-page.
All right.
I'm not seeing it in People's Exhibit 199.
All right.
Directing you to this green bubble, March 20th, 2017 at 12:19. Is that a text message from Monica to yourself, that 702 phone number?
That's correct.
And she asks, have you heard back yet? If not, no worries. How about you guys swing by tonight?
I guess, yes.
And in response,
So that's the response that's in the other one that you just showed me.
and at the end
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Anything further by other people?
When you were happy to help her booking rooms in Las Vegas, you didn't know, she didn't tell you she was going with her lover, correct?
Objection or argumentative, cumulative, relevant.
So stand on the second ground.
With respect to the message the defense just showed you, it's the same one I showed you, correct?
Yeah.
You're looking at Exhibit 199 at the bottom, top of page 8.
Correct. My response is the same. Monica's text there just looks like there might have been something missing on the bottom. I don't know, but it looks like it's the same.
I have nothing further.
Anything further? Thank you, Ms. Garabay. You're excused.
Thank you.
Next witness.
Thank you. People call Sheila Salehan.
You can face me and raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly state the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Please have a seat. Witness stand. And for the record, say and spell your first and last name, please.
Sheila Salehan, Sheila Salehan.
Proceed, please.
Thank you.
Ma'am, do you know the defendant, Monica Sementilli?
Yes, I do.
She looked much different than how she looked when you knew her back in 2016 and 2017?
Sustain.
She does. She looks a little bit older.
Did you also know somebody by the name of Robert Baker?
Yes, I did.
Showing you People's 57. Do you recognize the person in these photos?
I do. That's Robert Baker.
And do those appear to be photographs that were taken at the gym that you were going to back in 2017?
Correct.
Which gym was that?
LF Fitness in Woodland Hills.
They're going to ask you to speak a little closer to the microphone and speak a little loud. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks.
When you, back in 2016 and let's start with 2016. Back in 2016, did you already know Robert Baker from the gym?
Yes, I did. I think I met him in summer of 2014.
Okay. So you had already known him for a couple years.
Correct.
And did you meet him at the gym?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you play in a racquetball league at LA Fitness?
Yes, I did.
And was Baker the racquetball league coordinator?
Yes, he was.
And when you played, did you play a certain night of the week in that league?
I think it was Thursday night when I played. Yes.
And when you played in that league, did you also play with the defendant?
Yes, I did.
Showing you what's been marked previously as People 71, there is a 3 in the lower left-hand corner. Do you recognize yourself and your husband in the left side to the left of this picture? You're in a yellow, looks like a yellow tank top, drinking some water.
Yes, I do.
Is this your husband, Ricardo, next to you?
Yes, that's right.
And do you recognize the three individuals in the photograph next to you?
I do.
Okay, who are those individuals?
Elise, Faye, and Monica.
Were they also, Elise and Faye, women that played in the racquetball league on Thursday nights with you?
Yes, they were part of the racquetball league.
In early 2016, did you and Ricardo begin going out with the defendant and Robert Baker as a couple?
Yes, we did.
And at the time, did you know that the defendant was married?
Yes, Rob had mentioned that Monica was married.
Overruled.
When Rob mentioned to you that Monica was married, had he mentioned that to you in front of Monica?
He mentioned that, I believe, before we met Monica, and also mention of that when we were out to dinner. Yes, I believe so.
It's overruled.
And when you and Ricardo would go out with the defendant and Baker, was it clear to you that they were a couple?
Absolutely.
What did you observe when you say absolutely that indicated that to you?
They were very affectionate towards each other, holding hands, and we basically going out together to dinner. So that's definitely showed that they were a couple.
Did the defendant ever mention in all of the occasions when you guys would go out as couples, her husband?
It's overruled.
I don't remember her mentioning. I don't think she did.
Did you ever meet her husband, Fabio?
I did not.
After his murder, did she ever mention him then?
Never.
Did she ever bring up during all of the times that the two couples, you and Ricardo and she and Baker, would get together, did she ever mention her daughters?
I don't think she did. No.
When you said affectionate, would they touch each other?
Touching, kissing, very close to each other. Yeah, holding hands.
What are some of the places that you double dated, that you would go out to?
I hear it.
We went to a few different restaurants. It was a sushi bar that we used to hang out at because they closed late. So after the gym, we would go there. It was
Okay.
called Chocho-san. I was in Tarzana. We also went to, I believe, Delmonico's.
Steak and lobster place?
Yes. And Cravings,
Okay.
the steakhouse.
So did you go out for sushi several times to Chocho-san?
We did.
Cravings several times?
I don't remember several times, but I think at least one time.
And did the defendant and Robert Baker come to your dad's home for a barbecue and party March 14th of 2017 after the murder of her husband?
Yes, they did.
Now I want to ask you about Monday, January 23rd of 2017, the night that Monica's husband was murdered. Did you go to the LA Fitness gym in Canoga Park that night?
Yes.
Did you take like yoga classes on Monday nights?
Yes, I did take a yoga class.
And was that also night?
Yes.
That was when I believe the upper level racquetball players were playing.
Like your husband, Ricardo?
Yes, Ricardo was playing then.
Okay. And was Rob there that night?
No.
Was that unusual? Was
Yes.
he usually there on the nights?
I was
Had
not-
you ever gone over there with other women from the gym, such as Elise and Faye?
No, I did not.
Had you ever gone out drinking with Monica and gotten so drunk that you had to sleep over at the house?
It's overruled.
No, I did not.
So this was the first time that you had ever been to the house, was that night?
Yes, that was the only time.
The only time.
The only time.
And so did you and Ricardo follow Rob to the home that night?
Yes, we did.
Did anybody else go with you? Or with Rob?
Rob went with somebody named Matt. They carpooled, and Ricardo and I went together.
Okay. Matt Nurse?
I'm not sure of his last name, but
you-
he was a trainer at the gym, and also played racquetball, I think.
I have a photograph of Matt Nurse, maybe marked as People's 201. Showing you Exhibit 201. Do you recognize this individual?
Yes, that's Matt.
He was a trainer, you said, at LA Fitness?
Correct.
That night, when you got to the home, did you see Monica there?
Yes, she was there.
And did you and Ricardo pay your respects at that point?
Yes, we did.
And at some point, was there like a spread of food and things like that laid out?
There was a spread of food inside, and Fabio's chair outside in the patio, the backyard, and some items of his
On the chair?
on or around the chair. I'm not sure.
Like a shrine had been set up?
Sure.
Who showed you that? Or did you just see it yourself when you went out?
We saw it, but I'm not sure who showed us
Okay.
that. I think.
And did you and Ricardo get something to eat while you were in the house?
I don't remember eating, but there was food. I'm
At
not
some
sure if I
point in
ate.
time, while you were inside the home, did you see the defendant, Monica, and Baker go outside to speak privately?
Yes. At some point, I saw them outside. The patio door was closed, and I believe they were the only people outside speaking.
So they were alone, speaking privately?
Yes.
At some point in time, did Rob and Matt leave the home?
They did.
And before you left, did you have an opportunity to speak with Monica?
Yes, I believe that I hugged her, and I'm not sure what I told her, but maybe I said something.
At the point, this time was.
Yeah.
Diana.
I said,
I'm
let
sorry,
me know
ma'am,
if you
but
need something.
There's no question pending right now.
So, did she say anything to you before you left?
Yes, she said, take care of Rob.
So, that was that Thursday night on January 26th.
Correct.
Now, after that night, well, let me ask you, before that night, was Monica regularly at the gym for racquetball league nights and working out and things like that, like you would go?
I'm not sure how often, but I did see her at least once or twice a week.
And what about Rob?
Rob was there often, all the time.
What about after the murder? Did the two of them stop coming to the gym at that point?
Yes, they did.
And not only did Rob Baker quit the league, did somebody else take over, stop going to the gym, but take over the league?
I don't remember who took over, but yet somebody did take over.
Okay. And at some point, did he tell you that he got a job elsewhere and that he was leaving?
Yes, he did say that he got a job in either New York or Vegas. And yes, he was leaving the league or leaving LA.
Now, prior to the murder, had you ever been to Rob's apartment?
Yes.
And what was your purpose for going to his apartment?
I think the first time he was giving me racquetball lessons, so he asked me to make some kind of dish for him. So I went there to deliver it to him or something like that. I don't remember the exact details, but that's when I went. And one other time, I believe I went to pick him up. His car was broken down, or he needed a ride to the gym.
Okay. So had you been to that apartment a couple of times?
Yes.
When you went to the apartment, did you park in the underground garage area?
Yes.
And did he show you where to park?
Yes.
And did he point out to you his vehicles?
Yes. Maybe I parked behind one of his vehicles, if I remember.
And do you recall what vehicles he had at the time?
He had inside the garage. He had a red Mustang, I believe, and a motorcycle.
And did you also know him to drive some type of an SUV?
Yes, a black SUV. I believe was a Escalade. Ford Escalade.
Could it have been an Expedition?
Oh, yes, maybe.
Some type of Ford SUV. Black.
Yes, black. Big SUV. Yes.
Your Honor, I have a photograph of the exterior of 6817 Independence, maybe marked as People's 202.
Very good.
Thank you. Showing you Exhibit 202. Do you recognize this location?
Yes, that's Rob's apartment.
After the murder, during the beginning of February 6th to the 8th of 2017, did Rob Baker ask if he could stay with you and Ricardo for a couple days?
Yes, he did.
Did you have like an extra bedroom or something like that he stayed in?
We had extra bedrooms.
And what vehicle did he drive to your home?
He had the Ford Expedition at that time.
And did he tell you why he needed a place to stay for several days?
He said he gave up his apartment because he was going to New York for a new job, and he didn't have a place to stay, so he asked us to have him stay with us for a couple days.
At some point in time while he was staying with you and Ricardo during February 6th to February 8th, did he ask you to call Monica for a particular reason?
Yes, he asked me to call Monica and ask her to go out with us.
In order to get her out of the house?
Sure.
And did you do that?
I think I did, yes.
And at that point, did your husband, Ricardo, get angry with Baker for involving you in anything to do with Monica?
Or
Yes, he got mad.
And after that, did Baker leave the house, pack up his stuff, and leave?
Yeah, I believe they had a conversation. He had a conversation with him, and
With your husband?
Ricardo had a conversation with him, and I believe he said that you should involve Sheila.
At some point after Baker asked you to call Monica, did he then move out of the house? Left your home?
Yes,
Okay.
he did.
Did you go out with Monica on the date of Wednesday, February 8th of 2017, the night she returned from Canada? Two of you alone?
No, we never hung out alone. The only time we hung out was with Robert and Ricardo.
Did you ever go out to karaoke with her?
No, I did not.
After that time, did you and Ricardo stop socializing with Rob and Monica for a while?
After February?
Yes, the beginning of February.
Yes, we did. We did stop a little bit, and we're a little bit cautious. But after a few months, we realized that they have not been arrested. So we assumed that they were innocent.
So after a few months, did you and Ricardo begin hanging out with Monica and Rob again?
We did.
And at that point, did the two of them then come back to the gym again?
I don't recall.
At some point in time, after you and Ricardo began hanging out with Rob and Monica again, did the four of you discuss going away to Las Vegas together?
Yes, we discussed going to Vegas. Ricardo and I were planning to go on our own, and we realized that they were going also for Rob's birthday in May, so we decided to go together.
You and Ricardo were going because you guys were going to a concert there, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, I have a set of photographs from Delmonico's dated March 12th of 2016. May they be marked collectively as People's 203, please?
Yes.
Showing you Exhibit 203. There's a 1 in the lower left corner. Do you recognize what you see here?
Yes, that's Robert and Monica.
And was this one of the nights that you went out with them, double dated to Delmonico's?
I believe so.
You've seen these photographs before, correct?
Yes, I have.
And showing you People's 203, page 2. Again, is this another photograph taken on your one of your dinner nights at Delmonico's?
Correct.
And again, showing you People's 203. There's a 3 in the lower left corner. Same date, March 12th of 2016. These appear to be, again, photographs taken the night that the two couples went out together for lobstering.
Correct.
Showing you People's 203, page 4. Again, is this to the inside booth area? Is that a photograph of you and Ricardo?
Yes, it is.
And we see you in the upper right photograph, a portion of you, correct, with the side view of the defendant?
Yes.
Your Honor, I have a set of text messages along with several photographs. If I could have this collectively marked, please, as People's 204.
Yes.
Thank you. And, Your Honor, for the record, the text messages along with 4 pages of photographs are 31 pages in total. Celebrate report being 27, and then 4 slides. Showing you the top of page 1, where it says Sheila Racquetball. Is this a message that you sent on February 5th of 2017 at 8:46 at night to Monica?
Yes, that's my phone number.
Extending your condolences and
Sure.
prayers?
Yes, that's me.
Showing you page 3 of Exhibit 204 from April 16th of 2017. Did you send a message to Monica saying, "How are you, hon? Did you book the rooms? If yes, please give me the dates."
Yes.
And does that relate to the trip to Las Vegas that you told us about?
Correct. That's what it is.
And then did the defendant text you back that same day, April 16th, 2017, saying she's leaving Toronto, home tonight, she'll talk to her connection tomorrow, and the dates are May 3rd through the 5th?
Okay.
Yes?
Yes.
On page 4, same date, April 16th, did she mention to you that it will be a good birthday for Robert?
Yes.
That would be Robert Baker?
Correct.
And did she also text you that same date on April 16th that she wants to surprise Robert with a fun, crazy birthday on April 21st,
Yes.
a few days later?
Okay. Yes.
And then sent you another text basically asking you to keep it quiet?
Yes.
her, cool, what day in Vegas or here? And then she responded, Vegas, but his birthday is Tuesday, so maybe we'll have a dinner all together. Again, still on April 21st, that same date.
Okay, yes.
And then did you text her, let me know if you want to share some costs on the rooms?
Yes, I did.
Did she tell you that she was going to get rooms or a suite or something for all of you to stay together, the four of you?
She was gonna get a suite for all of us.
And then did she text you back, no, we got it, no worries, happy to do it, I'm so excited?
Yes.
So she told you that she was going to pay for the rooms.
Stay.
Did the defendant indicate to you in her text, when you asked, let me know if you want to share costs on the rooms, that she had it? No worries. Happy to do
She
it.
had it covered.
It's overall.
Is that what she told you?
Yes, that was what we agreed on.
Subsequently, on that same day, did she send you pictures of the suite, a two-bedroom penthouse at the Vidara?
Yes, she did.
And then did she send a message to you, again on April 21st, at about 4:30 in the afternoon, saying this is our room?
Yes.
And then did you text her back, is there a bed?
It's overall.
I guess.
And did she say 2 bedrooms?
Yes,
So one for each couple, one for you and Ricardo, one for her and Rob.
correct.
Was that what the plan was?
Yes.
On April 25th, did the defendant send this text to you at about 1:50 in the afternoon? Did you talk to Ricardo? I planned both evenings, great dinners and clubs. Just want make sure you guys are up for that. Lots of drinking and dancing, LOL.
Yes, that's the text I received, yes.
What's LOL mean?
Lots of laughter.
Laugh out
Laughing out
loud?
loud, yeah. Yeah,
Something like that?
yeah.
Okay. And then did you respond, hi Monica, sorry I was tied up. We'd rather see a show instead of your last suggestion, that being the drinking and dancing?
I believe so, yes.
You have to speak a little louder because you're going to
And then did you say that everything else sounds great?
Yes.
Bless you. At some point after that, did you and Ricardo meet up with the defendant and Rob for dinner to talk about your trip at your sushi place?
Yes.
Looking at a text on April 25th, 2017 at 9:12 at night, we are almost there. Is this a message Monica sent to you?
Yes, I believe she sent this before she got to they got to the sushi bar.
Okay. And then did you respond by saying at 9:13, Ricky is still playing? Does that mean racquetball?
Yes, playing racquetball.
You said this was the sushi place that stays open late. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And then did Monica text you back at 9:14 saying, okay, we're having oysters. We'll see you when you, I guess when you get there?
Yes.
And then did she send you a picture of Robert eating oysters?
I believe she did.
Showing you one of those photos, or that photograph that we see here, in People's 204. Is this the picture she sent you?
Yes.
Does that look like the sushi bar, Chocho-san, that you and Ricardo would meet her and bake her at to eat sushi or oysters?
Yeah, that's Joshua-san.
Showing you a text from May 3rd at just before 7 o'clock in the morning. Did you receive this text from the defendant asking if you guys were on the road?
Yes.
Did you guys drive or fly to Las Vegas?
Ricky and I drove, and they flew to Vegas.
And did you respond in a few minutes?
Yes.
Page 13, People's 204, did the defendant respond to a text you sent, are you guys there, saying, boarding a plane in a few, landing at 9:10?
Yes.
And this is at 7:22 in the morning on May 3rd.
Correct.
And then did you respond saying, okay, see you guys soon?
Yes.
A little while later that day, just before 10 a.m., did the defendant send you the room number for the suite, the two-bedroom sky suite?
Yes.
Later that day, did the defendant send you a text message saying Cabana time, exclamation point, with a photograph?
Yes.
Showing you one of the photographs attached to 204. Is this the photograph that the defendant sent you?
I believe so.
Do you recognize the two individuals here?
Yes, I do.
And who's the person on the right?
That's Robert Baker.
And what about the individual wearing the sandals, the t-shirt, and the shorts with the glasses?
His name is Al.
Al Birdsong?
Don't know his last name.
I'm sorry?
I don't remember his last name.
Okay, you just knew him as Al?
Yes.
In terms of the photograph the defendant sent you of the suite, again showing you one of the pages from People's 204, is this a photograph of the living room area of that suite?
Looks like it.
After sending you the text regarding the cabana, you sent back a response, correct? Saying, tell Robert he needs a tan?
Yes.
I want to stand on the first ground.
Okay.
Why are you looking at other matters? Let's stand up first.
see here, last page, People's 204.
Yes.
And did the defendant and you continue to text each other during that trip, along with you sending her various photographs that were taken during that time in Las Vegas?
Yes.
When you met up with Monica and Rob in Las Vegas, did you guys go out for dinner one of the nights for Robert's birthday?
Yes, we did go out to dinner.
And do you recall where you went?
Where did we go?
Yeah, do you remember?
It was a restaurant called Marrakesh.
And both nights that you were there, did you also go after dinner to a particular bar area?
Yes, we went to the Ghost Bar.
Is that at the Palms Hotel?
I believe so, yes.
Your Honor, I have a set of 8 photographs from May 3rd to May 5th. May they be marked collectively as Exhibit 205. People's 205, in the bottom left corner, there's a number 34. Do you recognize the individuals you see here in this photo?
I do.
And is this you and Ricardo here?
Yes.
And would this be Monica and Rob?
Yes.
And did you meet these 2 individuals? Did they
Yes.
have dinner with you there that night at Marrakesh?
Ron and Michelle, yes.
Were they people that were introduced to you by Rob as friends from Vegas?
Yes.
And this person back here, do you recognize that individual?
That's Al.
Showing you page 35 of People's 205. It only has 8 pictures, or 8 pages, but there's a 35 in the bottom corner. Do you recognize what you see here?
Yes, that's Robert. And
was
that's,
at Marrakesh?
yes, Marrakesh. Yes.
And there was a belly dancer and a cake.
Birthday cake and a belly dancer, yes.
Okay. Showing you what has a 36 in the lower left corner of People's 205 from May 5th. Do you recognize what you see here?
Yes, I believe that's the bar, the Ghost Bar.
Is that where you and Ricardo and Monica and Baker went after dinner on the night of May 5th?
Yes.
Showing you People's 205 with a 37 in the lower left corner. Do you recognize what you see here?
Yes, it might have been another night, different night, because we were in different outfits.
Also at the Ghost Bar?
This is Ghost Bar, yes.
And this is you and Ricardo and Monica and Baker?
Yes.
Showing you page 38.
It's overruled.
Are these also photographs that were taken at the Ghost Bar?
The Ghost Bar, yes.
And is this you?
That's me.
In the photographs?
Correct.
And your husband, Ricardo?
Yes.
Page 39. Same thing. Photographs taken at the Ghost Bar.
Same thing.
And page 40.
Yes.
Is this you?
That's me.
And page 41.
Yes, that's Ghost Bar also.
Is this you
That's me, yes. Dancing.
dancing with the defendant?
Yes.
And then a photograph of you and Ricardo, Monica, and Baker.
Yes.
And she appears to be grabbing his crotch in the photo.
Overruled.
Yes, she is.
At any point in time during the weekend that you were there, did Monica ever talk about or mention her husband that had been murdered?
No.
Did the defendant and Robert Baker talk about the fact that they were planning their future together?
Yes, they were. I'm not sure if it was in Vegas, but at several occasions they were talking about, mostly Robert was talking about having a future with Monica.
And when he would talk about that, would he do that in front of her? When
Yes,
the four of you
he
would go
did.
out for dinner?
He did that, yes, in front of her.
At any point, did the defendant dispute that fact or say no?
She did not.
These conversations where they would talk about their future together, did that occur both before Fabio was murdered as well as after?
I vividly remember the ones before.
So what you remember is them having conversations with you and Ricardo about their plans before Fabio was murdered?
Yes, I did.
Had nothing further.
Let's take our afternoon recess for 15 minutes. The evidence will apply. We'll be back in 15 minutes. record appears as Sementilli. The defendant is present, all counsel present, jury also present. Ms. Salehan, you are still under oath. Mr. Babbitt, you may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Salehan.
Good afternoon.
I'm going to ask you a few questions. Just let me know if you don't understand anything I say or if you need me to clarify something.
Okay.
You testified earlier and were shown Exhibit 204 by the people, the text messages. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And just want to point out, there's a text message which you sent initially, correct, on February 6, 2017, giving your condolences to Monica.
Correct.
And then she responds saying, thank you so much, we're still in Toronto. You went over this with the prosecutor, correct, previously?
We did.
And then you also then send a message on 3/14/2017. Sorry. Do you see that message?
Yes.
And what is that message?
That's a Valentine's Day message.
And you sent that to Monica first, correct?
Correct.
And then Monica responded on February 14th saying, thank you, happy Valentine's Day, correct?
Correct.
You testified earlier that Robert Baker stayed at your place from February 6th to February 8th. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then you said after the fact that you guys essentially stopped talking for a little bit with Monica and Robert, correct?
Yes.
That message you sent on Valentine's Day was after Robert Baker had left your place. Isn't that true?
That's correct.
Also, you testified that you went with Rob, your husband, and I believe Matt, to Monica's house that one night.
Yes.
And what time did you arrive, if you remember?
I don't remember exactly, but I think it was dark.
It was dark, and when you arrived, there were already a lot of people there, correct?
Correct.
And they were all outside in the patio, and some were inside, correct?
Correct.
And were you the last one to leave that night?
No.
So you testified earlier that you saw Monica and Rob outside by themselves, but weren't there other people also outside at that time?
I remember them. I only remember them talking. I believe everybody else was inside.
So no one was outside, not the caterers, because there was food there, correct?
There's food inside, yes.
There wasn't food outside?
No,
There was no taco set up outside?
I don't remember that.
Weren't there a lot of people hanging out by Fabio's shrine throughout the night?
Yes.
But for that specific time, you don't remember anyone else being outside when Robert and Monica went outside?
Correct. I only remember them two talking, yes.
Could there have been other people outside at that time?
Could have been, but they would have been very far from them. Would not been able to understand the conversation.
Well, you didn't understand that. You couldn't hear the conversation either, correct?
No, I couldn't.
Also, you remember testifying earlier that Monica brought up that she and Rob had a future together back in 2016, correct?
Yes.
That you had conversations with her and Robert together about their future together?
It wasn't very specific, but they were talking about, mostly Rob talking about Monica leaving the husband and being together in the future.
You said mostly Rob. Wasn't it only Rob who said those kinds of things to you?
I'm remembering mostly him. Monica was more quiet when we went outside, when we went out to dinners. Most of the conversation was done by Robert.
Do you
But
remember?
she went along with it, and she did not say anything to the opposite.
Did you ask her?
No, I did not.
Do you remember testifying at a grand jury back in August of 2017?
Yes.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Thank you. And when you testified at the grand jury, do you remember being or saying that Monica never talked about their relationships with me?
Their relationships, meaning her and Robert?
Yes.
Nothing detailed was spoken, but general stuff like we love each other or we want to be together, something like that.
Didn't you also testify at the grand jury that the only one who did speak about their relationships was Rob?
It was mostly Rob, yes.
Sid, as you sit here today, can you think of any specific example where Monica brought something up to you, or was it only Rob that you can remember today?
It was mostly Rob, that's what I remember, but she was there. I remember at least once that she said we were planning to be together in the future.
You remember that?
Yes.
So, was it true when you testified at the grand jury that only Rob was the one who talked about their relationship?
I meant talking about the details of the relationship, yes.
So Monica never brought up the details of their relationship to you?
What do you mean by details?
Their future together, details like that. It was Rob who steered that conversation with you, correct?
Mostly.
You and Rob had a longer history than you did with Monica, right?
Correct.
You were closer friends with Robert than you were with Monica?
Yes.
And you, was that the first message we saw, the first message you ever texted to Monica? Or
Which
were you,
message?
the one on People's Exhibit 204, or did you guys have conversations prior to this via text message?
I don't remember having a conversation with her before that. If we did, was maybe about the racquetball league or something like that, but no.
So you and Monica weren't close friends specifically. Whenever you guys would hang out, it was with the boys as well, correct?
True.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Anything further by the people?
When you were asked at the grand jury about the details of the relationship, that was with respect to comments about their sex life. Right?
Exactly, yes.
It's a different thing than talking about their future, correct?
Yes, Rob was talking about a lot of sexual explicit things with Monica.
I have nothing further.
Anything further, Mr. Babbage?
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Salehan, would it refresh your memory if I showed you a transcript of the grand jury about specific lines regarding Monica's statements about their relationship?
I'm not sure what you're referring to.
Your testimony at the grand jury, would it refresh your recollection as to what you said about the specific conversation that Monica had?
That could help.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Which page, Counselor?
Page 317, lines 23.
Got it. Thank you.
Can you read to yourself lines 23 to 28, please, and let me know when you're done reading?
Did Monica?
No, read it to yourself.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Does that refresh your recollection that it was only Rob that talked about Monica and Rob's relationship with you?
Yes, that does.
Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing further.
Anything further?
No, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. You're excused. Let me call your next witness.
Thank you. People call Ron Ray.
You can raise your right hand. And do you solemnly state the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat with the stand. And for the record, say and spell your first and last name, please.
My first name is Aniruddha, Aniruddha. I go by Ron, R-O-N. My last name is R-A-Y.
Thank you. Sir, did you and your wife travel to Los Angeles from the Nevada area?
Yes.
Do you know somebody named Robert Baker?
Yes, I do.
And when did you meet Rob Baker?
Probably January of 2012.
And at that point in time, where did you meet him?
We played racquetball together at Las Vegas Athletic Club, where I used to train and play racquetball.
And was Robert Baker living in Las Vegas at that point in time?
Yes.
And did the two of you become friendly and start
Yeah.
playing racquetball together?
Yes. we probably spent anywhere from 4 to 6 hours every night playing racquetball. We lifted weights and also played basketball together.
Okay. During that period of time, did you meet Robert Baker's wife, who is living with in Las Vegas, then a woman by the name of Tracy?
Yes, I did.
The last time that you saw Robert Baker, do you recall when that was?
It was May of 2017, after Robert's birthday party we had in Marrakesh. And then we went to the strip club. I dropped them off, got them in.
Sustain.
We'll get into the details. So the last time you saw Robert Baker was in May of 2017 in Las Vegas.
Correct.
And did he come to Las Vegas with somebody?
Yes.
Who was that?
Monica, well, I have her in my phone as Monica Baker, but Monica Sementilli, I guess.
Did you ever know the name Sementilli?
No.
Okay. You knew her by Monica Baker.
Yeah.
Do you see her here in court today?
Yes.
Can you point her out for us?
She's sitting right there in the blue jacket.
Did you first hear about her from Robert Baker through a set of Facebook messages that he sent you in November of 2016?
Yes.
Your Honor, I have a set of Facebook messages between this witness and Robert Baker. It is 14 pages in length. May it be marked as People's, is it 207?
206.
206. Thank you. In November of 2016, did you communicate with Robert Baker through Facebook?
Yes, I did.
Showing you the first page of People's 206. Is this a message that you sent to Robert Baker asking him if he was dating anybody or making any money with his league?
Yes, that was me.
And did he respond at the bottom? This is November 12th of 2016, that he's been with his girlfriend for about a year now.
Yes.
For a year.
Yes.
Did you also ask him if he was living with her?
Yes, I did.
Did you also ask him to send you a picture of her?
Yes, I did.
And is this one of the pictures that Robert Baker sent to you of his girlfriend?
Yes.
Is that a photograph of the defendant who you subsequently met,
Yes.
as you talked about in May?
Yes, that's her.
And did he respond to you on November 12th of 2016 that they weren't living together yet, but that it was coming soon?
Yes, he did. And then we talked about it later as well.
Sustain.
Is that yes?
Yes.
Did he also send you through Facebook Messenger this photograph of him with the defendant?
Yes.
This is page 5 of People's 206. On page 6, did he also message to you again on November 12th of 2016 that
smart and loves my crazy ass.
Yes.
On page 7 of People's 206, did he also tell you that he and the defendant, or Monica Baker as you know her, are planning a vacate to Vegas soon?
Yes, he did.
And this again was in November of 2016, correct?
Correct.
On page 9 of People's 206, back on 81st. Did the two of you continue talking about his relationship with his girlfriend?
Yes, we did.
And on page 9 of People's 206, did you say to him, well, you were a professional porn star and I lived the life of one?
Yes, I did.
And you asked him if she knows and he said it intrigues her.
That's correct.
On page 10 of these continuing Facebook messages, did you tell him she loves you for you and that's what matters?
Yes, I did.
And subsequent to that, did the defendant respond, yes, she does, cool with my crazy ass life, plays R-ball too. What is R-ball?
Racquetball.
And then did you ask him how he met her?
Yes, I did.
And on page 12, did he indicate that he met her at his gym and that she was on him?
Yes, he did.
Trying to get at me and my dumb ass did even notice. LLOL.
He meant to say didn't even notice, yeah.
And on the next page, page 13 of this exhibit, did you also ask if she makes money and he responded, she's got a little money?
Yes.
And did you say to him, that's cool, it will stabilize you when you two move in?
Yes, I did.
On the following page, page 14, the last page of this exhibit, did Robert Baker tell you that he told his girlfriend about Tracy? That would be the wife, the ex-wife that you told us about?
Yes, that's correct.
And that his girlfriend told him to let it all go and that she will take care of all?
Yes.
Now, in February of 2017, did Robert Baker come to Las Vegas and meet up with you?
Yes, he did.
And did the two of you go out for sushi after playing racquetball?
No, we played basketball, and
Basketball.
when we met up, we used to always make fun of each other, and he had a Band-Aid in his hand, and I said to him, are you going to...
One moment, sir. Sustain.
When you played basketball, did you notice anything about his hands?
Yes, he had a Band-Aid in his hand.
And did you make fun of him for having a bandage on his hand?
Yes, I said, are you going to miss all your shots tonight because of that? And he said, I'm still going to kick your butt.
Was that the typical banter between the two of you?
Yeah, we're always teasing each other, laughing, joking, yes.
And did he tell you who he was staying with when he came to Las Vegas at the beginning of, or sometime in February of 2017?
No, we didn't discuss.
being interviewed by detectives who came to your home September 28th of 2017.
Yes, I do.
And did they speak with you and your wife at that point in time?
Yes, they did.
With respect to who Robert Baker was staying with, would it help to look at your transcript of that interview?
Sure.
48 and 114. Just read it to yourself. Looking at page 48. Just read it to yourself.
Well, birdsong.
Again, to yourself. So that means silently. Did you see that? And now I'm going to turn it to page 114 and read this to yourself.
Okay.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember who Robert Baker said he was staying with?
Al Birdsong?
Okay. Was that somebody that you subsequently met that last time that you saw Baker in Las Vegas with the defendant?
Yes, the first and only time I met him.
Thank you. When when you played basketball and had dinner with Baker in February of 2017, did you talk about his girlfriend?
Yes, we did. I asked him,
I just want to know if you had a conversation on that date.
yes,
Okay. And did you and Robert Baker meet up alone for dinner after playing basketball, or did your wife join in that one?
it was just Rob and I.
Okay. Now, at some point in March 23rd, the week between March 23rd and March 26th, did Robert Baker come to your home with his girlfriend?
Yes, he did.
And that was in Las Vegas?
Correct.
Okay. And when they came to your home, were they driving in a particular vehicle that you recall?
Yes, Rob drove and he was in a black, I think it was a Ford truck.
Like a Ford F-150
Yeah.
or like a Ford Expedition?
I think it was a Ford F-150.
Like a pickup?
Pickup truck, yeah.
Thank you. And did he bring the defendant to your house,
Yes,
Monica?
that was the first time I met Monica.
Okay. Subsequent to going to your house, did you and the defendant and Robert and your wife, Michelle, all go somewhere for lunch?
Yes, we went to P.F. Chang's in Green Valley to have lunch.
Was that the first time you had met his girlfriend?
Yes, that's the first time I met Monica.
And at some point during that lunch, did you ask Monica for her last name?
Yeah, Monica actually asked for my phone number. So then I said, hey, I put her number on my phone and I said, what's your last name? And she looked at me and she said, it's a long Italian, complicated last name. And she looked at Rob. They kind of spoke with their eyes and then Rob said, just put down Baker. So even today on my phone, I have her as Monica Baker on my phone.
Okay. Did she ever correct him and give you that long Italian last name?
No.
And what did you and Robert Baker and Monica and your wife discuss during this lunch?
So Monica was going to buy a house in Vegas for Rob. And so I asked Monica if she was planning to move to Vegas. And she said, no, I'm just going to come and go. And we're going to travel to Italy and some other countries. And I'm going to buy this house for Rob. And then she asked me about stock market. I'm a stockbroker. So she was asking me how much money you can make in the market, what kind of things you can do. So we were discussing stock market and how to make investments and make money. And things like that. And my wife's a realtor, so Monica was talking to her about potentially buying a house for Rob in Vegas.
So she told you that she was going to buy a house in Las Vegas where Rob would live, and she would come and go from there?
That's correct.
Totally.
And then she said that they were going to travel to Italy and other places. When you say she said they, who was she referring to?
Her and Rob.
Okay. I'm sorry? I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
Rejection was a false speculation.
Okay. Is that what she told you? That she and Rob were going to be traveling to Italy and other countries?
Yes, she was talking about specifically about Rob and her traveling.
Did she say anything during this lunch about whether or not she, meaning the defendant, Monica Baker, had any property at that time?
Yes, she said she had a house in LA that she was going to sell, and she was going to get proceeds from that. And it was apparently an expensive house.
Is that what she told you?
That's what she told us.
At any point during this first time that you met the defendant, either at your house or at the lunch with your wife at P.F. Chang's, did she ever mention to you that she had been married?
No. My wife and I had no idea Monica was married to anyone until the day the detective showed up at my house.
Sustained.
She never mentioned she had been married. Did she ever mention to you that she was a widow?
No.
When was the first time that you found out that the defendant had been married and widowed?
When
Excuse me 1 second. Sustained.
That night after the lunch at P.F. Chang's in Green Valley, did you go out for dinner with Rob and Monica?
we planned to go out for dinner next night, the following night.
And the next night, where did the four of you go for dinner?
We went to this restaurant called Andrea's at Encore Casino, which is connected to Wynn, and it's a pretty high-end five-star restaurant. It was a high-end five-star restaurant, and Monica actually invited us.
Sustained.
And who invited who to dinner? Did you make arrangements for the four of you to go to dinner, or was there an invitation? How is it that the four of you, the two couples, wound up at dinner at Andrea's?
Monica invited us to dinner, and I arranged for the dinner through my contacts at Encore, at Andrea's at Encore.
Oh. Set of photographs from March 25th through March 26th in Las Vegas. 7 pages in total. May this packet be marked as People's 207?
Yes.
Showing you People's 207. There's a 23 in the lower left corner. Do you recognize these photos?
Yes, I took these pictures.
And where were these photos taken?
It's at Andrea's at Encore Casino.
And is this the night that you and your wife Michelle met the defendant and Rob for dinner?
That was the night we met for dinner, correct?
March 25th of 2017?
I believe so.
Showing you 207, the next page.
There's a 24 in the lower right corner. Do you recognize what you see here?
Yes, I took that picture outside Intrigue nightclub.
And is that a location that you went to the following night on March 26th?
It was after dinner. After dinner at Andrea's, we went to Intrigue nightclub, which is connected. Wayne is connected to Encore, so we just walked over there.
Okay. Showing you the following page of People's 207. There's a 25 in the lower left corner. Do you recognize what you see here?
Yes, that's on the stage, on VIP stage with the DJ at Intrigue nightclub.
Showing you Exhibit 207. There's a 26 in the lower left corner. Do you recognize what you see here?
Yes, that's on the stage at Intrigue nightclub at the VIP section.
And 207, there's a 27 in the lower right corner, left corner. Do you recognize the individuals in this photograph?
Yes, it's my wife Michelle, Monica, and Robert Baker. I took that picture.
Showing you 207, there's a 28 in the lower left corner. Do you recognize what you see here?
The picture with Michelle, Monica, and Robert, I took that, and the picture with me, Monica, and Robert, Michelle took that picture.
And 207, there's a 29 in the lower left corner, starting with the photograph on the left. Is that your wife with the defendant?
That's my wife with Monica, correct.
At the nightclub?
That's correct.
And the photograph to the right?
That's up on stage with me on the left, my buddy who runs the club right in front of me, and then Monica and Michelle taking pictures of the crowd from behind the DJ.
Okay. Who paid for the dinner at Andrea's?
Monica did.
Okay. And what did she do or say in order to pick up the tab that night?
Well, Monica invited us to dinner, and then I kind of asked her if that's okay because the place is really expensive, and she was like, "Don't worry, I got money. It's mine. I got it." And then just order whatever you want.
That's overruled.
And then Michelle and I ordered little stuff, and we don't drink, so then we said, we don't want any drinks, and Monica said,
It is a narrative.
So after you told the defendant that you and Michelle don't drink, did the four of you abstain from drinking that night?
no, Monica was drinking. She ordered a bottle of wine, and she was drinking. And Robert and Michelle and I weren't drinking.
Okay. So she ordered a bottle of wine even though you said you and Michelle weren't drinking?
She did.
I'm sorry. I didn't hear the objection. Sustain.
And what was her behavior like during that night at dinner at this restaurant?
It's overruled.
When I met Monica, she was the happiest person I've ever seen. She looked like she was a 22-year-old kid gone on spring break.
Sustain.
Can you tell us what her behavior was like that night?
Initially, she was somewhat normal, and then as she started drinking, she started getting quite crude, sexual.
It's overruled.
She was saying stuff to us about their sex life. She was grabbing his private parts in front of us.
Excuse me a second. It is not responsive.
When you said she was talking about their sex life and grabbing his private parts, whose private parts was she grabbing?
She was grabbing Rob's private part.
And this was at the restaurant or at the nightclub?
Both, but at the restaurant it was kind of embarrassing because people know us there, Michelle and I, and we were a little embarrassed.
Sustain.
And did Rob seem like this was normal for him, or did he say anything to you?
No, Rob was upset.
First off, it's compound, and also speculation.
Did Rob say anything to you about her behavior that night?
Yes, we went
Where
to the
was that?
We went to the bathroom, Rob and I, and he apologized to me for Monica's behavior because he could tell Michelle and I were very uncomfortable with her acting kind of crazy, and And I said, it's okay. I said, as long as you're happy, I'm okay.
Yes, sir. It's not responsive.
Okay. Did you offer to pay for any of the bill, or who paid?
Monica paid, and it was a pretty big bill. So, yeah, we were trying to be.
That's
I looked at the bill. Oh,
How much was the bill?
it was like close to $500.
I'm assuming that the bill included the wine, the bottle service?
Yes.
Okay. When she was grabbing Rob's private parts, did she say anything?
She was telling us how great their sex life
Let me
was.
say it. Overruled.
I'm sorry?
Go ahead, you can answer.
Oh. She was saying how great the sex life was and how great Rob was in bed, and I was making fun of him. I said, how much did you pay her to say that? And these kind of, we were bantering back and forth.
So, when she was grabbing Rob's private parts, she was talking about how great he was in bed.
Correct.
It is cumulative.
I thought that you sustained the objections.
Saying the objection as
So
to
I
the
react.
non-responsive parts.
Okay, so the rest of it remains, yes,
That's
Your
true.
Honor? Thank you. At any point in time, did you see the defendant express any grief or sadness over the fact that her husband had been murdered approximately 2 months before?
First of all, we had no idea of that, and she didn't grieve even 1%.
Sustained. Listen to the question, sir, and answer the question only.
Did she act in any manner as if she was experiencing grief for her husband that had been murdered 2 months before?
Not even 1%.
I'm sorry,
I didn't rule the objection.
I didn't hear your answer.
Not even 1%.
We're going to take our adjournment this time until tomorrow at 9 o'clock. The admonition applies. You do not discuss this case either among yourselves or with anyone else. Look for or express any opinions. The file is when I submit it to you. Have a good evening. See you tomorrow at 9.
The system's rigged, man, it's time to break free. Eyes wide open, gotta see what I see. Standing on the front lines, fighting for the truth. Lift the veil of lies, it's time to be the proof. Take a stand, don't you back down. Raise your voice, let's shake the town. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the